assuming Matt's coming. You haven't heard
I assume so. I haven't heard anything otherwise.
Sorry, guys. All right, welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education. This is our study session. Today is Tuesday, January 25th. We are at the JATC South Building. And today we have with us board members Daryl Robinson, Jen Atwood, Marlon Richards, Tracy Miller, Bryce Dunford. We have Nikki George, who is currently joining us electronically. And I'm assuming Mr. Young is on his way. We also have our superintendent, who is also en route, almost here. Our associate superintendent, Mr. Anderson, our business administrator, Mr. Larson, and our attorney, Paul Van Komen. We are going to skip agenda item A for now, and we'll come back to it as soon as Dr. Godfrey gets here. He has been up at the Capitol working on some legislation. So we are going to start out with our second agenda item, which is a discussion of proposed changes to AS 66 non-resident and charter school enrollment. And we'll turn the time to Mr. Anderson to start out with.
Yeah, thank you. As you know, we have this policy, AS 66, that has dealt with non-resident charter and charter school students. Primarily in the past, it's been used to deal with exchange students that are here on J1 visas. As the board is aware, we became an F1 visa-sponsored district. And I just want to recognize that we have deputized members of the Division of Homeland Security here amongst us today as duly authorized deputies of that to enforce the federal law regarding F1 visas. And so
Never realized when you started this journey that this is where you would end up.
we're working on badges, but for now they're undercover. And with that, we'll turn the time over to Mr. Olson and Mr. Hamblin to talk about the changes that will be necessary to make to this policy to accommodate the F1 visa students.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. As he mentioned, the district has for quite some time accepted J1 students. We accept those students through allocations made by USBE that we receive that cover the cost of their tuition. They work through agencies. The agencies apply to the district. The district offers those placements until our slots are filled. We have not, however, had a policy in place for F1 visa students. The difference between these two groups mainly is J1 students are overseen by the Department of State. They are here on exchange programs. F1 students are overseen by the Department of Homeland Security, and they are here to be resident students. These students apply directly to the district, and if they meet our application requirements, the district issues them a Form I-20, which allows them to enter the United States. We are new as an F1 authorized district, and the policies and the guidelines we need for this are not as a part of AS 66, which is why the policy change is being brought to you today. The main changes that we have proposed, we're updating some terminology, replacing the generic term foreign exchange with foreign immigrant and foreign non-immigrant students. We're clarifying some graduation and course selection practices. Some of the things in previous policy we could not find a legitimate explanation for, so they have been removed. And then outlining some of the process for each visa type. The changes look a little more extensive in the red line because there are big chunks that have been removed and rewritten. But the basic overview of those changes is, as I mentioned, a J1 student, the visa comes through the State Department, and F1 comes directly to us to make that application. The application window for J1 students is approximately April to July 1st. For F1 students, it is as soon as the policy changes have been approved to July 1st. We'll probably begin accepting those around January in future years. The application process, as I mentioned, for J1 students, we work mainly with the agency. We don't interact with the student directly. For F1 students, all of the work comes from the student to us. There's no middleman or intermediary. We work directly with the student. For placements, the number of placements we receive from USBE on J1 students is approximately 4 per high school. We do try to balance those if possible. We are accepting full year students only in grades 10 through 12. For F1 students, there is not a limit. We can decide that as a district. Our current hope is, or our current intent is to cap that at about the same number as we take for J1 students. We are also accepting full year only in grades 10 through 12. Now, one thing that may come up from patrons to members of the board is wanting their F1 students or their F1 student guests to be with the district for more than a single year. We're not allowed to do that in federal law. If they enroll at a private school, they can do as many years as they'd like, kindergarten through 12th grade. Law only allows a public school district like us to accept them for a single year. So we've had some phone calls about that. It's just not something we have flexibility on. Tuition for J1 students is covered by USBE. If we have no slots remaining and a foreign exchange student really wanted to come to Jordan District, they could petition the board for a waiver of that tuition or pay out-of-state tuition at the current per capita rate. F1 students have to pay tuition in full at the time of their application. It is not waivable by the district. That, again, is a requirement outlined in federal law. There is also for the F1 students a processing fee that is typically charged. The intent of those fees is that F1 students should be able to enroll without a cost to the district. We should be able to cover the expenses that are incurred as part of the education and the processing. And finally, both groups of students are required to pay school registration and class fees as appropriate. And as I mentioned, the F1 students have also a non-refundable processing fee on top of that. Those are the main changes to AS 66. We're happy to answer any questions or go over any of those changes in more detail.
Given the limitation, and we get J1 and F1 students applying, who would get priority if there's a limited number of slots?
So the only one that has a limited is the J1, and that's the request that we make annually to USBE for the number of slots that we have. So those we usually fill those within the first week that we accept applications. F1 students, we could take as many as we want. The thought behind capping it at around 24, just like the J1 students, is there is some work required to facilitate those students being here and having a positive experience, just like with our traditional students. So we don't want to have too many of those students at any one high school in the district. We'd like
Do
to try
we
to
pick
balance
the
that.
school or do they pick the school?
When they apply, they let us know what school they're intending to apply to, because they have to live with a host family in the district. So we could potentially have a situation where, maybe we get
You've
8
picked our
students
most
who want to
crowded
go to
school.
Copper Hills, and we decide to only accept 4 of those because we don't want to overly unbalance the situation.
Okay.
But in a situation like that, you would be letting them know, we don't have any more availability at Copper Hills. These are the schools that we still have availability at.
Yes.
But going back to that question, would we say, well, we'll let the 4 J1 students in and then 4 F1 students, or would say, sorry, F1 has precedence, so we're going to let the 8 F1 students in and you guys are out of luck?
It's kind of 2 different pots. So we could have a situation where we have 4 F1 students and only 3 J1 students because there weren't that many who applied. We could have the 4 J1 students and maybe 1 F1 student. They're just 2 separate sets of applications, 2 separate processes. So whatever the district determines the reasonable number of F1 students is, we may hit that every year, we may never hit that. There are some districts who just accept whoever applies. There are some districts who are pretty intense in trying to market themselves to attract those types of students. At the moment, our intent is not to, we just want to do this right rather than do it in quantity. So right now, we're just looking to be available for those who are interested to come.
Right.
I'm curious if the process or, the requirements are as stringent for a J1 as an F1. In other words,
On our
what
end,
type
or-
of students, apply for these, or, yeah.
Yeah, so with the J1, to go through the organization in order to come here, they have to pass an English proficiency exam. There's a similar kind of requirement through the Department of Homeland Security. They actually have to have an interview at the U.S. consulate, and it has to be in English. So there's some degree of aptitude there that students have to meet in order to come.
Are there any students waiting for approval of this policy to get into school now?
So currently, we have 2 students that we accepted for this year. one of the other quirks in the F1 system is that in our application, we specified that that our program went from August to June. So we can't accept students after the program starts because they get to do a full one-year program with us. So there were individuals who called wanting to transfer to us mid-year, but we're not able to accept those because of how our application and how our approval from Homeland Security is set up.
So there's no urgency to approve this.
Other than the F1 students do have, it's a bit of a process on their end. There are some hoops they have to jump through to be able to jump through our hoops. So we would want to have this approved by potentially March at the latest so that we could begin accepting those applications. We've not even put our application public on the internet because we don't want to have to go back to people who've downloaded it or applied and say, okay, but now this is really what you need to do because we've made some changes.
But none are currently in the pipeline.
We have had people express interest in
Yeah.
wanting to apply.
Any additional questions? Okay, and then what about the policy itself? Is everyone okay with it moving forward?
So I would assume that you want to hear from the board whether or not we want you to keep the 4 or more, or?
I think at the moment, the safe bet is to assume 4. We honestly don't know how many applicants we'll get. It was kind of, well, it was about the day before school started in August that our authorization came through. So we really don't know what the demand will be like. The best bet is probably just to see what this year has, what it brings for us, and try to keep it roughly balanced with the J1 students and as balanced as we can get it between our high schools and evaluate maybe a year from now.
Can you just let us know if the demand is higher than we have spots?
But
I want to just point out, these two gentlemen have really worked hard and compared what other districts around us are doing with the F1 that do F1 sponsorships, and it's very much in keeping and within a reasonable scope of what other districts are doing. They've also, I was kind of halfway kidding when I said they were deputized agents of Homeland Security, but in order to be a F1 visa sponsor district, they actually are authorized to act on behalf of Homeland Security. So they do have, this is out of our control in terms of who sets the rules for F1 visas by and large part.
Really appreciate your efforts on this. I recognize it's been a lot of work and to impact a few students, but yet it impacts the whole entire school too. It's
I
a
recently
great
spoke.
opportunity to have students come.
Sorry, I was going to say, I just recently spoke with a family who is sponsoring an F1 student right now, and they're having an amazing experience. And so for these students that are in our schools, they, it's an amazing opportunity for them. So we're happy to do this.
Thank you. Okay, any changes to the policy? Are we okay to move forward with it? Okay. Thank you. And then,
Thank you.
unless there's any additional changes that come up, we can move it to February business meeting for a vote.
You.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have discussion on board policies GP 113 and GP 114. And we've reviewed these a couple of times based on feedback from our last meeting. The significant changes, one is on GP 113, where we have the sentence about supporting the Board of Education doing its job and not advising or helping staff, and a change there and added language about that was carried over from one of our other policies about committees obtaining board approval when requests for information or assistance from staff require a material amount of staff time or funds to fulfill. The other change is just the appendix. In trying to kind of list out what committees we have in the appendix, I finally thought it was simpler just to add our current list of committees. And that is something that changes regularly. It'll be an appendix. We can keep it changed and updated, and attach that without changing policy. The red line's really hard to read and follow. I recognize that. There's some good clean versions on there, though. Does anyone have any additional changes or questions on this?
Thank you for the clean copies. Those were excellent.
It really helps, doesn't it? Sure does. Yeah. I did put this on the business meeting for a vote. Wasn't sure if it was quite ready for it yet, but if I don't hear any other suggestions or changes, I think we'll move forward with it then. I wasn't able to join, so if Nikki has anything to add, if anyone will let me know.
Nikki's over the phone, not on Google Meet, so she
Okay.
should be able to hear everything you're saying.
Okay, great.
She said she's just put herself on mute so that the noise in her environment wouldn't be heard.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, well, we will move forward then to vote on this in our business meeting.
Yeah, that's great.
Our next item is a continued discussion on challenges or problems board members would like to solve. We filled a couple of whiteboards with this last time, and we want to take the next step, figuring out what the next step is on these, and then picking a couple of priority items, recognizing we can't do everything at once as much as we would love to solve all of the problems right now. It would be helpful if we could figure out if there's some next steps and what our priorities are. So I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Dunford then
Great.
to lead that discussion.
So we're going to go point by point and primarily just ask the board, do we agree as to what the next step is? And really, it's just, is it a board action or is it staff action? And that's really as far as we really want to go, is the next step would be this. And then once we get through the list, having identified whose next step, who would be responsible for each next step, then we're going to come back through the list and ask the board, what are your highest priorities? Of all the things we put on the boards last time, which ones would you say that one, that? Then we can go back to each one and say, well, those top items are board next step, therefore we're going to take action. Versus if that item is our top priority and it's a staff item, then we'll give direction to staff to take that, rather than giving all directions to staff tonight. So step number one is, as we go through these, can we agree on, is the board taking the next step in one of our discussions, or is staff taking the next step and presenting information to the board? Should be a fairly simple, I think it's staff versus I think it's board, and we'll move on to the next item. Now, what I don't have are the items on the whiteboard. Does everyone have access to all of the items from last board meeting?
I'll send them to Jen.
Okay, Matt, do you?
I did not take them down.
They're on the minutes.
They're on the minutes, I can pull them up.
Or I should be able to export them right to you, Matt.
Are you doing that? I'll text.
Mm-hmm.
Got them?
Okay. So if we just go one by one, and for the sake of discussion, if I don't hear you say anything, I'm going to assume that the board that you think board is the next step. If you think it's staff, then just kind of say, I better ask each time. I don't want to assume. Okay, bullet point number one. What would we be doing without the pandemic? Is that a board discussion or a staff discussion? Daryl, this was your idea, so I'm going to primarily call upon the person who proposed the idea. If anyone opposes, then let us know. We can have a discussion.
Oh, why did I propose it? I think it's actually both. I think administration ought to be asking what they would be doing differently, and I think the board. But I mean, we're concerned with board work, so this is a board concern. What would the board be doing?
Okay,
Is our primary thing. But I think administration should ask the same question to themselves.
but you're not going to direct them to ask that.
No, I would.
That's my point.
I would hope that they would. But
Okay, yours was the next one as well.
I just got a message. Did you have this list? I just got a message send failure when I tried to send it to you.
I'm blocking you, I think.
Yeah, you're probably.
Oh, it's
So is
attached.
Nikki. I got a send failure on her too.
I got it. It's
So
all.
the next one, Daryl, is have we become reactive or proactive? What can we take off the plate, Marilyn?
That was mine, and I think it's both again, pretty much, because the things that we maybe are involved with, those are the things that we should deal with for teachers and staff, but a good share of it would be administrative, I think.
So do you want to direct them to bring something to us and have a discussion on our agenda? Or do you want to wait till they bring us something and then have a discussion on our agenda?
Are we being reactive or proactive?
Exactly.
This one feels to me like it would start with
Us.
the administration.
And maybe let me clarify, I'm not
Then it could
saying
be our policies that need to change or.
who needs to have the discussion. I'm asking
Who takes the lead?
who takes the next step.
I think administration.
Okay? Does anyone disagree? Okay. How to solve staff shortages. How to restructure given our current situations. I don't remember who proposed that one, but I'm guessing
a few of us.
there were several. How do we solve staff shortages, basically? Is that a staff next step?
The reason why I would say that this is a staff next step for me is because I feel like that there have been things in the works already. And what do they need from us in order to move forward? Or how can we help? So to me, that would be staff coming to us with their suggestions, and there is an agenda item here today too. So,
Anyone disagree? Okay, next one. How do we attract and keep great employees? How do we attract and keep great employees? Does anyone see that as I think that's a staff issue. Does anyone see that as a board next step? Okay.
I think on some of these, like I think it's a staff issue, but I know there's some board members that have some ideas about this.
Be a great question to ask LEAC, actually. It's nothing better than asking the people.
And we'll just say staff is generic at this point. Okay, how can we improve special ed? Anyone disagree that it's a staff next step? How do we shape our resources?
So I think that could be a board, special ed could be a board thing. There's some things I think that we need to dive into special ed to see, in terms of taking things off their plate, that maybe we need to expose our legislators to and other things. And I would love to see the board with administration tackle that and figure that one out.
So if you were in charge of that agenda item, do you know what you would bring to the next? If we put it on an agenda and said Darryl Robinson, would you lead that discussion?
Yeah, if you want me to, that would be great.
Are we saying that?
I'm just asking if you feel confident that you could do that.
Nikki
Or
also
would you
would be-
say, well, I'd prefer them to bring me something? Because typically, our MO has been, let's react to what they're bringing us versus let's give them direction before they even start talking.
And I think so many of these are not either or, but both.
Again, we're not saying who's going to have the discussion. We're just going to say who takes the next step. And typically, that's only one person takes the next step.
And I agree, all of these are both. There's going to need to be board discussion and staff
why we brought 'em up,
recommendations. And yeah, so the question is, do we want
Who
staff
takes
to
the next
start
step?
first, or do we want the board to have a discussion first and direct staff?
So I have a vote for board takes the next step on special ed, and I have several votes for staff takes the next step. Anyone want to speak up? How many of you for staff takes the next step?
I think this is one where the board needs to have an initial discussion and get, at the very least, get what our, at the very minimum, what our questions are. Improve special ed is such a wide net that I think they need to hear from us as to what is it specifically, or
our
I
concerns.
think we need to have a general discussion
Right.
first.
So that's 2 votes for the board. Any of you want to?
I'd like to start with the staff, because who knows it better than me.
Okay, Jen?
So I say the board because I think the staff doesn't know what questions we have for them. They could be shooting on a huge dartboard that's just, I think we need to address the questions that we have.
Right, President?
Yeah, that's how I'm going.
Okay, so that now becomes a board. The next one would be, how do we shape our resources? Mr. Young, this was your proposal.
I think that is 100% with a board discussion.
Anyone disagree? How do we gain back local control of our district? Now, I'm happy, this is my request, and my first phone call would be personally to some staff members so that I could then lead a discussion with the board. And so that's how I would see this playing out, is it becomes a board agenda discussion. I think there's some political ramifications if staff says, here's the things you need to take off our plate. Here's the things you need to do in this community to earn back local control. I think that needs to be all a board discussion initially, with staff saying, well, here's some things that you haven't thought about. So my request would be that be a board next step.
I agree too, because that's another one that could just be so broad that we really need to
Yep.
focus in on something.
Next question, is our calendar most effective? I don't remember who proposed that.
I did that, and
President?
I would see that as staff bringing us recommendations and then having a board discussion.
Anyone disagree? Is the board doing board work?
Well, that needs to be a board discussion.
Can you see if staff brought that, how wrong that would appear? Here's all the things you guys are doing wrong.
That'd be great.
Here are all the ways you
Very
meddle in our business that we
entertaining.
can't stand. Now, I'd love them to have that conversation, but it will never happen.
It would either be a very long list or a very short list.
If they're honest or not.
All right, next question. What resources are needed to be what we aspire to be? What resources are needed to be what we aspire to be?
We as a district or we as a board?
Yes.
I think that goes in conjunction with number 7, but I think this is a question for our superintendent specifically. I think we have tasked him with our values through our ends policies. He has shaped a vision, and we need to hear very soon a very frank assessment of what additional resources are needed and why to help accomplish that vision.
I agree, and it seems like that should come first, and then our number 7 discussion should follow. but we can get to that when we prioritize.
Yep. Next question. Did anyone disagree with Mr. Young? Where do those resources come from?
That's
That is a board thing.
Next question. How do we staff to meet goals and needs? Anyone see that as, anyone not see that as a staff next step? How do we increase wellness and morale among students and employees? Next step.
I mean, we have that on our agenda as a step,
We're already
Okay.
doing it.
coming from staff.
Okay. How to increase student opportunities? Anyone disagree that that's a staff next step?
My only question on that, is that so broad that staff's gonna say what exactly do you have in mind?
whose was that?
That was staff's.
Well, that's a good question then. Then we know what
I
they
feel
have in
better that they
mind.
created.
Right.
I'd be interested to know what other things are being offered in other districts that we don't have. And I don't know that the board can answer that as
Yeah.
much as they can talking to their counterparts.
Okay, how to give blank space to students and teachers. That was Mr. Anderson's proposal, so let's leave that with Mr. Anderson as a next step. Not you have to do the whole thing, you're all by yourself. And how do we adapt to the new normal? I'm going to put staff unless someone stops me.
That would couple with, what would we be doing if not pandemic, you know?
Um,
I think that would couple together. Yeah.
That would be nice to go together.
Okay, so I'm going to read over these so you can mark these on your notes, because I'm going to ask each one of you to say, here are my top 3. Rather than writing them all and having you vote, I'm going to have each one of you say, here are my top 3, and we'll look for some consistencies among us. What would we be doing without the pandemic is a board discussion. Board next step. Have we become proactive or reactive is board next step. What can we take off the plate is a staff next step. How do we solve staff shortages? How do we restructure staff? How do we attract and keep great employees? Staff. How can we improve special education? Board. How do we shape our resources? Board. How do we gain back local control of our district? Board. Is our calendar the most effective? Staff. Is the board doing board work? Board. What resources are needed to be what we aspire? Staff. Where do those resources come from? Board. How do we staff to meet goals and needs? Staff. How do we increase wellness and morale among students and employees? Staff. How do we increase student opportunities? Staff. How do we give blank space to students and teachers? Staff. How do we adapt to the new normal? Staff. Okay, if you'll just take a few minutes and gather your thoughts, and one at a time I'll call upon you, and I'd like you to give me your top 3.
Whether it's staff or board.
It doesn't,
correct?
yeah, it doesn't matter who the next step is. What are the top 3 issues that you would say, boy, we've got to do this first, these 3 first? Then we can take direction as to, does this go on the agenda item for the board discussion, or do we direct staff today?
I will say some of these things,
Overlap.
like they do, and some things, like it may not be my highest priority, but yet there's more of a
Has to come
time
first.
urgency to it.
Mhm.
And so I would put it first.
We will not assume that it's, this means the most to me right now, we will assume that here are the first next steps we need to take. So I'm going to step to the whiteboard and write. Marilyn's ready. Will you go first?
I will. My number one is what can we take off of our employees' plates, especially teachers right now.
But you have to go to today's meeting.
Number two.
My number two is addressing staff shortages, which overlaps with several others, but I think that's a good starting place.
Number three.
Resources. RES.
Okay, so that's one vote for each of those. Anyone else ready? President Miller? Do you want to add one, or are those your exact same three?
They're not my same. The first one is, what can we take off plates?
Okay, one more vote for that.
What resources are needed to be what we aspire?
Okay.
And is our calendar most effective? And that's a time-sensitive one for me. If we're going to make any adjustments to next year, we need to do it ASAP.
Great. So that's, I've heard from the Richards and Mr. Young, Matt, you ready?
Resources, resources, and resources.
I'm going to grant you the right to put all three on one.
I don't think there's everything else falls under figuring that issue out.
Great. Mr. Robinson?
They all really overlap a lot. I think number one is kind of what would we do if the pandemic was not here? Reactive and proactive is part of that, and adding in adapting to the new normal. So what are we doing now? What should we be doing now? Maybe that's a better question. And then I think that goes with the administration's talk with a whole bunch of bullet points that ought to be together, like taking off the plate, restructuring staff, morale, how to attract. Those are all kind of the same subset of how are we dealing with our resources of employees, which is our most valuable resource, and how do we restructure them. And so a lot of those all intertwine. So there's something for the board to do, something for the staff to do. And then the third one was kind of gaining back local control. I think there's issues like special ed, critical race theory, our social emotional wellness. There's some big issues there. So I would throw those all under that subset. So my three choices covered almost all of them.
Okay.
But I think we can tack them in bigger subsets than just the one little title.
Okay. I'm going to interpret, and I hope I did it right.
You probably did it better than I did.
Okay. Ms. Atwood?
So mine is resources. How to solve staff shortages. And then mine is a combination of three on my third one. And it's basically how to increase the wellness and morale of teachers and students. I believe that that can be done with taking items off of teachers' plates, and as well as creating blank spaces for students and teachers.
Okay. Nikki?
Might not be able to speak where she's at.
I can speak. Sorry, it
Okay.
just took me a minute to get off mute. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be very redundant because my concerns are similar to a lot that's already been said. And I get that there's a lot of overlap. So the way I'm saying it is staffing and resources and special ed.
Okay. My vote would be these top three. So I would propose, given those numbers, that, again, we're not saying this isn't a discussion we're gonna have, this isn't important. We're gonna simply say, as of right now, we're taking action on these three. And going back to what we voted as to who takes the next step, I would propose, President, that this board instruct staff to come back to this board with a list of suggestions that we could take action on to take things off the plate of employees and teachers and administrators. Secondly, I think we need to direct staff to come back with some suggestions on meeting our staffing shortages. Those are both listed as staff agenda. And I'm torn here because one of our discussions was what resources are needed to be what we aspire to be, which was a staff presentation. But how do we shape our resources was a board discussion. So, Mr. Young, I'm coming back to you. Do you now see this next step as a board discussion in our next agenda item that now leads to the staff coming back? Who takes the next step?
I think it's a two-pronged approach. I think I think from a board perspective, our finance committee needs to be actively engaged at this point in beginning to put together financial resource information for us. The legislature between now and next couple weeks should solidify a budget, and so those numbers are starting to come together. So I think from a board perspective, that's where the board can be doing the work in the finance committee. I think what would be very vital is to begin hearing from the superintendent today. I know that's not going to happen, but starting next time, what are some of those key elements that are going to be required? And then we as a board are it's a question we're posing to LEAC this week, and so the board is doing some of that work already.
Right.
We can be reporting on that. So.
And I know finance is already tackling that.
And we are meeting on the 3rd of February.
So I would then propose that all three of these are directions to staff to present back to the board aggressively and with urgency and, how do I say it? Don't hold your punches. Granting staff permission to really speak openly and directly and powerfully. I know that's not so much direction they need, but Superintendent, I would say President, I am making the recommendation that we grant staff some extraordinary ability to speak frankly with this board about staff shortage solutions and what could this board do to take things off the plate of teachers and administrators, and what resources do they think they need that this board needs to be made aware. That would be my proposal to you, President.
Questions from Dr. Godfrey?
That actually gives me the information I need.
Okay.
We can come back with information related to that. All three topics.
Okay. Is the rest of the board comfortable with that direction? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I am too far away. I'm no longer connected to the printer.
I don't think that's for us.
I don't think so either.
I got
Okay.
a comment.
Okay.
We've done this probably yearly prior to the pandemic, and we come up with great lists and stuff, but we never really ever revisit the other important things that we don't have, the top three. So I'd like to make a proposal that this comes back before the board every quarter to look at what we've done with this list and look to see if we need to add then the next item or two. If we did that every quarter, did it in January and then 3 months later, I think that we could accomplish more things than what we want. Because if we had that come up on just a regular basis, like here's our yearly goals, what we want to achieve, but then we have to come back and put that on our agenda at least the beginning of every quarter.
These are now our marching orders in executive committee. So we will start each executive committee meeting revisiting this list to say, time to move on. So I appreciate that, but I think I think that's a great suggestion to actually put it on the agenda to readdress the list itself.
Because we just get lost, like, because things get coming, and especially the last couple years. But these are all really, really good, and I support where we're moving.
Yeah, and I agree with that it's good to have a quarterly assessment of, we're still working on these, or we make progress on these. Let's pick what our next one is now. I think that's a good process.
Thank you.
Hey, anything else? Superintendent, you're clear on this direction?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Great discussion, and really looking forward to future discussions on this. And let's go back to our first agenda item. Are you ready for that, Dr. Godfrey?
I am.
Okay. I also would like to note that Dr. Godfrey is here with us in person now, and as is Mr. Young, as you've heard them both speak. Our first item is a follow-up discussion on the infrastructure by Harriman City for the new elementary school in Harriman. At our December board meeting, we discussed concerns that infrastructure may not be ready for our school opening. This is roads, water, utilities. Our facilities committee has been working closely on this issue. We asked Dr. Godfrey to come back in January and with a recommendation on whether or not we proceed with opening the school. So we will turn the time to him to provide an update for us.
Thank you very much. We have been working on this issue, and we knew that we really had to have information by January in order to make a decision about whether we would be able to open the school in the fall. I just want to clarify, the school itself will be complete. The construction has gone on schedule. It's gone very well. And so the school will be ready. It was a question of the infrastructure that would allow the school to open and allow for access to the school. And the facilities committee has worked hard on this issue. We've had board members working hard on this issue as well, and I appreciate their involvement. Scott and his staff have been working for a long period of time and have communicated on a regular basis. I think they have a meeting every 2 weeks and have done for over a year and a half on this school specifically, but they communicate continually with all of our cities and the municipalities we work with. So a lot of effort has gone into this, and the place we find ourselves is that we now have the documentation that supports a timeline for the infrastructure that will allow us to open on time in the fall. There are always those possibilities that something gets in the way, and there are supply lines and things are tight, and so there's always that possibility. But the probability and the likelihood is that everything will be in place and we'll be able to open on time. And as I said, the building will be ready. It's just that infrastructure getting in place. And we have documentation of a new timeline. Agreements have been made with outside groups that are doing the work. Agreements for reimbursement from Harriman City. So I appreciate everyone's effort to get us here. And we can say that we're on that timeline and the goals have been agreed to. And we're moving forward. So I see that we'll continue to monitor on a regular basis. Those regular meetings will continue to happen, and there's actually an inspector that looks every day at the progress of the work. So we'll be monitoring that very closely. And anytime you open a school, it's with many partners. And so we're grateful to be working together and to be this far down the road, as it were. And we'll keep moving forward, and we're ready to move forward with opening that school in the fall. Like I said, things can happen, but we have the assurances needed to continue with the process of adjusting those boundaries, rolling enrollment over, and moving forward as planned.
Can you give us a timeline of, like, selecting the name of the school and other things? That usually starts about January of the year, if I remember right.
We'll get that underway now that we know that we have a timeline committed to that can allow us to open. We already have a principal and we have a boundary, so that's what we need to be able to move forward with a name, and so we'll get that going. It's exciting.
It is exciting. Good news. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any additional questions?
I have a comment. I just want to, I don't know if anybody saw in the news, and I feel badly that another district this last week had to announce that they're having to delay the opening of a couple of their new construction schools. And I don't know if how many people truly appreciate the Herculean effort that Scott Thomas and his team have gone through in accomplishing what I believe is nothing short of a miracle on this site. I was driving around on Saturday, as I sometimes do, looking at some of the property that we have. And there are other sites that we own that are flat out shovel ready for a school to begin to be built. But those weren't the locations where we needed a school. We needed a school in an area where there literally was no infrastructure. And Scott and his team and the contractors have to build a $20 million facility with nary a paved road, with water coming from a fire hydrant with a hose going, a half mile away, with water trucks, with temporary cabling. We have an amazing team. And we never would have been in a position to even open this school without the tremendous efforts of the Jordan team and our contractor. And this doesn't happen without those good people. And I just want to make sure that they know how appreciative we are of those efforts. And we can't count our chickens before they hatch. Things could still come up, but this is remarkable.
Very well said. Thank you. Richards?
Yeah, I was actually going to say probably not as eloquently, but I was going to say the same thing about Mr. Thomas and his crew. Just amazing work that's gone into this. Mr. Young is correct. I mean, that site, it took a lot of effort and a lot of work, and it's done. And I'm so appreciative of that happening. And I appreciate Harriman City being able to put this timeline together with with Ivory Homes and others who are involved, and just appreciate everybody being so cooperative and working collectively.
I was just going to say thank you to Harriman City, the council especially stepping up and making sure this gets done, and the city mayor has really lent a lot of support to the school district, and I'm excited to work with him in the future.
I think we should call it Miracle Elementary School
Yeah.
Hey, it's got a name, everybody.
or Scott Thomas Elementary School.
I like that.
Hughes Construction has done a great job of keeping us on a timeline. Again, miraculous.
Yeah.
Those are things I don't understand, how they're able to pull all of that together, and they've been very committed to making sure that they keep their commitment to us, and they've done a wonderful job of it despite some obstacles. And Mr. Thomas and Dave Rostrom and other people who don't like to have their name mentioned in public meetings have worked really, really hard to make this work, and their experience and relationships and dedication are the only reason we're where we are. So I just echo what Mr. Young eloquently expressed.
20 years from now, we need someone to say, Mom, why is this school called Miracle Elementary School? And this story gets told again and again and again.
How about on-time elementary?
On time.
Yeah, but if you're tardy to that school, then you feel even worse.
High expectations.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Thank you. Okay, good news. We are moving forward with the school opening.
Yay.
Our next agenda item is a discussion on the health and wellness of employees and students. I just want to start this by saying that we as a board are very aware of the challenges in our school. I've heard from so many teachers that have said, this is my hardest year ever. We're still dealing with a pandemic. We have a 2-year learning gap with many students, staffing shortages, burnouts, and a lot of employees at their breaking point. I stay awake at night worrying about it. I know most people in this room do. There's no quick fixes. There's no easy answers. But we will continue to have this discussion to discuss long-term solutions. And we're always open to suggestions and feedback. We appreciate all those who have contacted us to give us feedback and to share ideas. And we are going to turn the time now to Dr. Godfrey to present some initial plans to help address the wellness needs in our district.
Thank you. I'm going to echo what you said, Ms. Miller. This is the most difficult year in education, I think, that we've seen. And part of it is that we expected last year to be the most difficult year. And we keep one-upping ourselves. And things are difficult. There are difficulties that we normally have to deal with that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. There are other struggles that are unique to these times. And more, our employees, our teachers, our administrators, ESP, licensed employees, bear the increasing burden that societal needs place on our system. And it's difficult to do all of that and then move learning forward all at the same time while we deal with our own individual circumstances, and at the same time have less help around than we've ever had because we can't fill positions. And so as I visited schools and talked with employees across the range of assignments, this is as difficult a time as they've ever experienced. And it's difficult to see an end in sight. At the same time, as I visit schools, I see incredible resourcefulness, and I see incredible things happening, and I see results beyond what we experienced before the pandemic. So great things are happening at the same time that it just takes more and more effort, and that effort becomes more and more difficult as time goes on. 2 years ago, in the fall of 2020, at the beginning of an administrative leadership conference, I had an administrator stand on the stage and hold a book straight out. Now, any of us can hold a book out, straight out from our shoulder, for a while. Everybody can do that. But at a certain point, it gets heavier and heavier. And the longer our employees are asked to carry this load, the heavier it gets. And we're resourceful. We can do pretty much anything. And the incredible employees in Jordan have demonstrated that over and over. But it gets really hard to keep holding that. And a task that normally would be doable becomes really difficult when you don't get a break. In my video to employees at the beginning of the year, I talked about the swift, a bird that can fly. They've been able to measure it using a gizmo inside of an iPhone. The bird can fly for 10 months straight without landing. Think about that. 10 months straight without landing. And that's what we're experiencing. Except it's 10 months and then it's 10 months all over again. So, there's much to do. And I think we need to rethink, and this is, a lot of what we've talked about. We need to rethink how we provide support to employees and how we structure the work and what we do. So there's a lot to talk about. But the immediate idea that I'd like to propose is based on conversations with teachers and coaches and employees and some of the staff that are trained to provide support, counselors and psychologists and others. And the idea is to convert February 11th, which is a flexible Friday currently, to a health and wellness day. That we change that to a health and wellness day that will allow for employees to take a pause and choose the best way for them to recharge on that day. And at the same time, that we can provide health and wellness resources for families. And that we can provide that to parents, because parents are such an important partner in what we do to support students. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about some proposed plans that, with the help of great staff, we've considered. And if the board approves that, then we would move forward with an announcement very soon. Because February 11th is a flexible Friday already, parents don't have the same level of expectation that their kids would be in school, so it doesn't create the same burden of, what do I do with my kids today? There's been some notice that that's an out-of-the-ordinary day already. Let me talk about what it would look like for parents first, and then I'll talk about what it would look like for employees. And I would emphasize again, this is a first step. There's a lot to do, but this is a first step. For parents, we would give access to a site called parentguidance.org. It comes from a foundation that has an interesting story behind it. It's from a personal experience of someone who now has the means to provide free services. And we may sign up for some additional services, but basically what it would do is there are 50 classes for parents on health and wellness and providing and interacting with their children of various ages. So we could set up a Zoom meeting for that Thursday night, the 10th, that would help parents learn how to access and make the most of the resources on that site. It's a site that's used by Primary Children's Hospital, and it was thoroughly vetted before they used it. And parents can choose what they access. We'd also have student challenges for their personal health and wellness that we would send to parents that parents can then choose to engage with their students on. So it would be health and wellness for parents and students and families through using those resources.
What's the website again?
parentguidance.org. And there are free resources. And you can choose to sign up for some additional resources, but there are 50 free classes. There's a free evening Zoom with a therapist on March 2nd that we could be part of. There is texting and emailing with therapists that's available to parents through this site. So I think it's a really good resource for parents to choose what would be of help to them. And it's not our presumption that parents are necessarily looking to us, but it's a resource as part of our overall focus of health and wellness. Because like I said, they're crucial partners. We're the secondary partner in helping educate students. Parents are the primary source for that. So that's what it would look like. But that would mean that we don't have the normal engagement with teachers so that we can free up teachers to be able to focus on their own health and wellness. I say teachers because they would be normally providing content that day and still providing support to students. But this would be for all employees. All employees would be able to focus on themselves and take some time. Now, there would be the option to, obviously, you could, as an employee, you could do one of three things. And that's what I like about the concept, is that it can be customized. And you guys know I get emotional. I just know how much stress is out there. But I think giving some choices can be really helpful because we have fewer of those, it feels like, lately. So one choice would be to simply take time in your classroom or department to do the work that you need to do, to get caught up, to take some time to just do some work and get caught up and focus on things that are going to make you feel like you're where you need to be. You can also access available leave. This board has been very focused on making sure that employees have leave available to them that they can take when they need it. So they could access the available leave and take a day knowing that they don't have to find a substitute bus driver or a substitute teacher or impose on their team. They can take that day, a day they didn't expect to be able to take without having to find someone to take their place. And the third is that they could access a wide range of resources that we're going to make available. In talking with some of the experts in our district and accessing others as well, we would talk about managing personal stress, managing anxiety and depression, dealing with grief, classroom management, finding a healthy work and life balance, stress busters, guided meditations, wellness yoga, just some things mostly virtual, some in-person things as well, and we would continue to look at partners to find maybe businesses that want to work with us to provide some other experiences and opportunities for our employees. And there could be a combination of those things. But I think that giving some choices to employees to say, I just need some time to get caught up, great. I need to take some time away and not be worried about what's happening while I'm not there, great. I really need some resources to help me. I'd like to reconnect. I'd like to get some information about maybe how I can be focused longer term on my own health and wellness. Those would be options as well. And February 11th is coming up in a little over 2 weeks, but we can pull some resources together and be able to make that happen. That could be something that we would look at continuing going forward if it's successful, if we hear from employees that it was helpful. None of this would be required. No one would be expected at any particular meeting, but we would have some offerings available so that if you thought, hey, that meets my need and that's a worthy use of my time, then you can connect to a resource that can maybe help with health and wellness. Like I said, there are lots of other things that we can do, but this is an initial step or an additional step to the other things we've been trying.
Could we provide them lunch?
Good.
I'd love to do that. Just make it a nice day.
Yeah. And that's the social wellness where you say, if, and in our department or school or whatever, we'll have lunch at this time for those who want to be there. Let us know if you're coming, and yeah.
Something that would be put on.
I wouldn't use district catering unless there were people who wanted to work. The idea is that anyone, and we have
The load
staff
is
behind the
lifted.
scenes that we always need, no matter what we're doing. And I'm looking at you, Scott. I know many in your departments, but unless we had 100% absenteeism, we'd be able to give the flexibility for folks to be out who wanted to be out.
Did you give thought, and I'm just kind of thinking outside the box a little bit, but did you give any thought about not having them access their own available leave?
Could they
and
work
just
from
get the
home that day?
or whatever? Have we thought about that?
We could do that. Where we just say,
If your job today is your mental health, could they do that from home? And not have to access a personal leave day?
that's something we could do.
I think you're gonna wanna declare that, though, if you're gonna cater lunch.
My personal preference would be to err on the side of looseness, not err on the side of structure. I'd love to do it. I'd vote for it right now.
It's something that we'd like to do potentially going forward if we hear favorable things about it from employees. So whatever we do, we just want that to be sustainable and something that we could do going forward.
Can I love this idea. I think it's needed. I worry about doing it every time because I do think there are teachers who have made fantastic use of Flexible Fridays. And for those who are planning on Flexible Fridays, I worry about taking that away from them.
I need to provide a little clarification. What I mean is that we might do it every year, but not in the place of a flexible Friday necessarily.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that point. It's not that the flexible Friday is not valuable. I see great value in it because it's so unique. And I know that that's a place where you can say, I know I can accomplish things on that day I can't on other days. The reason we placed it on a flexible Friday is because that's the least impact on families who would otherwise expect to have their students at school for a particular period of the day. And that's true for flexible Fridays as well, but to a much lesser degree. So with the short notice and the need, we just wanted to do it where it created the least disruption. But going forward, then we would look at building the calendar around it and say, we have some professional development days that we can trade out for instructional days based on state law. So when do we do that? At what point in the year do we do that? And then now that we have that, what flexible Fridays do we also add? So it doesn't necessarily take away from that. Just in this instance, it's the least disruptive day to do it.
I think in this instance, it is a perfect plan, but I love that you're looking ahead in the way that you are, so thank you.
And I think to Ms. George's point too, in the communication to families about this, it would be good to acknowledge that a lot of families do take advantage of flexible Fridays, but to encourage them to take advantage of the personal learning time that we have on Fridays in order to meet that need. Or to work with teachers to find other times to meet that need instead of, I know a lot of them, we just save it up for flexible Friday to get caught up, but that there are other times that they can do that and encourage that to happen. Just a couple detail questions. Is this count as an instructional day?
Because we're providing educational services to families, yes. And we'll have goals for students to work on, and it all goes through parents. It's out of the ordinary, but I think it's
things out of the ordinary.
I think it's really in the spirit of what's intended in the new flexibility that we've been provided. I think it's powerful to do it for employees and for families at the same time.
And I'll bet it'll be duplicated. I just wanted to make a comment about our superintendent and his staff. He's so visionary. He's already accomplished part of number one. So now he's just down to two more priorities. This is a great step towards taking things off the plate of our employees and focusing on families too, which is another one of our things that we were talking about. So I totally support this and thank you for your vision.
And just one more clarification, school lunch would not be provided that day.
There would be no school lunch
Grab
that
and go.
day. And, perhaps, well, I'll just say this, our nutrition services workers are the only ones whose job continued in exactly the same way through, they had to adapt. I don't mean exactly the same way, but the same expectation for outcome was there through shutting down in the spring, through the summer, through the next year. They have just never been able to set the book down, metaphorically. So
Yeah.
this would be a day where, I don't remember who made the point, but I think it was Marilyn, we would not ask our school staff to provide any lunch. We would cater that, and we don't want anyone to feel like, well, I better be here. Our nutrition services staff and others came in on the snow day because we had huge food deliveries. That was food delivery day. So there they go.
Yeah,
Through the snow. I could
absolutely
keep rhyming
support that.
perhaps if I thought about it, but they, neither rain nor sleet
With a
was
cup
going to
of
keep
jello.
them from, there you go. They, semis full of food got put in the freezer and taken care of because our warehouse folks and our nutrition services folks, our custodians were out there for 10 hours, 12 hours clearing snow. So this would be a day when every single employee would have a chance to focus on their health and wellness.
Yeah, and I absolutely support that.
Oh, I'd like to ask a question.
Yeah.
How would we guarantee that custodians would not have to be in the school on that day?
Well, it's not that we don't need them, it's that they would have the flexibility to take the day off. And that would, it means that you have to have some coverage and you have to work that out. But with teachers only in the building, I think that's less of an impact and we're able to manage that better. Only teachers, I say teachers
High
as
school
a
sports and
as
activities.
representative of the staff that would be there, but many people would not be there because they would take the time off, or they would, depending on how we define exactly what time off means on that day, they may just be working from home or elsewhere. It shows the essential workers that we have in our district. No matter what happens, there needs to be a custodian there. Well, no matter what happens? We say, but we're going to feed kids, aren't we? But we'll still do that, right? And there are just so many, our trades. What happens if the plumbing has a problem, or electricity, or we have constant needs. So I don't want to suggest that it's a ghost town and nobody's there, but anybody who chooses to take that time off, I think we would be able to cover with those who chose to.
I guess my
stay.
concern
And
is just any responsibilities that are being pushed on custodial because of athletics or extracurricular.
Yeah, that's something we have to work out for sure. And that's why I think the mechanics of doing this once will learn some things going forward. Now, if
Sorry.
there are many, many employees who have leave that they just don't feel like they can use, because they create a burden for someone else if they take that leave time. If there's no leave required, then there maybe is a concern that we don't have, then we don't have as much participation, or we don't have staff. I think most people who would want to take time would have a day to take. Most do. But I'm very open to that level of flexibility, and we'll figure it out. So I'm not fighting for more structure. And I don't want anyone to feel like, well, everyone gets to take it off, but I've got to be here. I mean, we can figure things out the next week. We can figure things out on the weekend. There are weekend shifts. There's the next, we've talked about this, and we think we can make it work.
So I'm going to advocate for a little more structure.
Okay.
Because I've been reflecting on that concept of not utilizing the given time. And I wonder if the unintended consequence of that creates, for lack of a better term, district day off. And I think there's going to be a lot of time and effort put into option number 3. And I'm afraid that the utilization of those tremendous resources will be minimized without option number 2 being access your available leave. I do think that we have made a very liberal leave policy, that it would surprise me if there were many who desired to take that day wouldn't have a leave day available. And so I appreciate the spirit in which that was suggested, but I wonder if that waters down the true purpose of this, what I think is a brilliant concept, and so I don't know if I'm supportive of that concept of not making it an actual day that needs to be taken as a leave day.
I kind of am opposite. I'd love the flexibility this time. If you're talking about next year or whatever, I think that, yeah, some structure around it would be really, really important. But I am at a point to say, hey, how can we clear your plate? Here's all these different ways, and let you have the flexibility. My question would come to, if I was a coach or something coaching that day, then you would work with me individually and perhaps let me take a different day or something like that, correct?
We're a big enough district that there's always something happening, and
Yeah.
there's always an exception. I'll tell you one, Valley High School. If we take a Friday that way, that would mean no one who works at Valley would get that day. So I would propose that for Valley it's a Thursday, that 10th, February the 10th. And then if they want to attend some things on Friday, then they don't have to take the time off. If you take the time off, or if you're asked to access your leave, then that gives you some choices. Do I want to take a leave day, or is it better for me to have, sometimes for me, I think maybe this means that I have a problem, but I like to be at work on the days in between Christmas and New Year's because it means that I can get some things done. And sometimes for me, that's the stress relief. The stress relief is that I got some things done that have been sitting so long they're creating stress for me, and that's the book I'm holding. Whatever form it takes, I really want employees to feel like they have a choice to say, I want to access my leave, I want to get some things caught up, or I really want to access some resources that can help me reshape things. I want them to feel a genuine choice among those three. However we structure it, that's the goal.
I tend to agree with Matt on this one also. I think if we don't have them access leave, it's just a day off for everyone, and we're not addressing the problem of, I need more time. And maybe what they need is a day off. That's more important than more time, and that'll still be an option. But I think if it's just given to everyone, I want them to have that choice, but I'm just afraid it doesn't solve the 1 and 3 options, that those won't be accomplishing their purpose.
And I understand where you're coming from too, both of you, but, for some teachers, and I know a lot of our teachers would probably come in for a few hours in the morning, get prepared for the next week, and then, do whatever they need to do the rest of the time. And that's why I think, that day should not count against their leave, because that's what they need, is just some time. And I think that they would be responsible enough that they would do their planning and still take some time for themselves. I think that's really important. I don't think that should count against them. My other question is,
I'm not sure I understand how it would.
well, it would take one of their days, is what I'm saying.
If they're in the building?
No, they would come, I'm just saying, I'm speaking as, I know a lot of teachers would probably come in for a couple hours and then take the rest of the day off. Do you see what I'm saying? Well, that wouldn't count, that wouldn't be a whole day that they're at the building. So I guess they would take leave the rest of the day. I don't know how they would do, I'm just kind of
You
speaking out.
could use any combination. You could take a half day of leave. You could take a full day of and work in the morning. You could take a half day of leave and participate in some of the health and wellness activities that are put together. There'd be some options.
My other question is, how would you deal with hourly wage earners who depend on that time?
They could participate in those activities if they chose to and be paid for that time. So they could go to any of the health and wellness activities or participate by Zoom, and then they would be paid. The other is that they would, some could structure their work so that they get their hours over 4 days instead of. We've done that with the snow day and with other unexpected days. So, they can work some extra hours on another day. They can just choose not to work because they don't take leave. It's just they don't get paid on days that. So there could, again, that would provide choices, and there would be a lot of flexibility.
Let me ask this question. If they, back to your original plan where one choice is prep catch up, one's access leave, and then the third is taking advantage of those resources. If they didn't access leave, whether it be half day or full day, would they be expected to be at school the full day, or can they be working from home that day and accessing resources at home? What would be the expectation?
Well, that's an important question. I think there is. We can be flexible there. It's. I think it would depend on the way that we ultimately structured some of the activities. I think the problem is that some employees can get their work done at home and others can't. And so there's a bit of an inequity there. But if the board approves this, we can provide that flexibility specifically if the board wants to do that. But in cabinet meeting tomorrow morning, we'll be working out some of the details based on our cabinet discussion or our board discussion tonight. So if you want it to be structured in a particular way, we can do that.
My goal would be that it benefits in the maximum increase of wellness among our employees, and I would trust the superintendent to bring that about.
I think what the message, I think that's the message, and that what I'm hearing is the board is willing to give a broad brush of latitude and put it in the superintendent's hands to execute it in the way that he sees fit. Is that fair?
That's exactly it. The goal here is that it increases the wellness, the emotional and physical wellness of everyone involved. And I, for one, would just leave it in. I think you've heard the discussion. I, for one, believe you've heard the discussion and know the tone and tenor of the board. And I, for one, would trust the superintendent to say, make the adaptations that you think best.
Second.
Any other comments on that? Does that sum up how everyone else feels? Yes. Mr. Robinson's yes. Is that what?
Yes, I love this idea. Please know that I really do. And I just hope that employees and educators, everybody really understands the spirit of what you're trying to provide. And that is to help them with their wellness. Everybody, please just be mindful that our superintendent is trying to extend this invitation to take time for yourself and to be kind and just be thoughtful that I just hope that people are understanding that it really isn't, you're doing the best for them that you can do for right now.
You feel you need a motion, President?
Yeah.
President, I move that we direct the superintendent to move forward with his proposed Health and Wellness Day, and that we grant the superintendent the latitude to make any adjustments that he sees fit, so that that day results in the greatest amount of health and wellness among our students, their families, our teachers, and our staff.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Young. Any discussion to that motion?
I would just ask that you look very seriously about that leave day. That's just my input.
Tell me what you,
The motion is.
tell me how I would.
I realize that, I'm just discussing.
So,
Motion stated it one way or another. We're just gonna leave it in the hands of superintendent.
Yeah.
that's what the motion.
He can decide.
Is there any other discussion to the motion? I, for one, also am hopeful that our community, that it's a strong message to our community that we have some serious needs in our schools right now. I think most get that. I think most were well aware of why we needed to go virtual last week because of just the sheer amount of absences and staffing shortages. Some didn't quite understand, though. So I hope this is a strong message to our community that we really are dealing with a lot in our schools right now. And this is difficult and this is challenging. And it's hard. Our number one goal is student learning, but it's hard to learn when we have so many other distractions and other issues. So I really appreciate the focus on this.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for your support.
We need to vote.
And
The motion on the table is to move forward with the proposed Wellness Day
giving the superintendent the flexibility to make any changes he sees fit to that in order to maximize the greatest amount of wellness for our students and employees. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All,
Discussion.
any more discussion?
Can I just throw one
Sure.
thing in there? I feel like, knowing our amazing cabinet, they're going to take this day and devote it to our schools. I would love to see you get a day too. So I hope that you can work that in with that flexibility that you discussed and recognize your own needs, and that we recognize that you need it as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, all in favor of the motion on the table, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
So, President, as a follow-up motion, I don't know that I need to make this as a motion, but I would like to really harp on this and toot the horn as loud as we can. I would love to instruct the superintendent that the communications department contact reporters all over this county and a social media blitz, and that we yell from the top of our lungs that Jordan School District is declaring a health and a mental health day, an emotional health day, and maybe we can just send the message that this is important and that we want you to participate, and that parents, I think you've got to say it really loudly for some parents to hear it. And I don't know if that's a motion or if the superintendent under the previous motion would just do that, but I, for one, would love to see this on the news and all over our social media.
If I could just add, I would love to see our volunteers really pamper our teachers that day, or our employees that day. I would love to invite PTAs and parents to make sure that they recognize the purpose of this day.
Or the whole week.
Yeah, good suggestions. I know lots of good people that will step up. It's great. Okay, do you need any more directions from us?
I don't. I appreciate the conversation about messaging. I really want to provide context for this because I know it impacts families. I know it's less of an impact on a flexible Friday, but folks count on that day to get things done. Like I said, they can't do other times. So,
And I, for one, Superintendent, would hope that your face is on the camera.
yeah, I anticipate a video announcement tomorrow to employees. That's the plan. So it may take a little bit to get it out, but that's the plan. So
I really like the part of the plan about parents and having that resource to them, and
yeah,
letting them know that they're the primary responsibility of educating and we are their resource. And I really liked how you put that. So that's a part of the plan that could get lost in it all if we're not careful.
yeah, there's a lot of messaging around it because depending on how it impacts you, it may be viewed in one way or the other. And the comments you've made are spot on, that now it's about making sure that folks understand the meaning behind it so that we get the most out of it. And I'm excited for the parent aspect of this and for the family aspect, that they can choose on their own. So all of this comes down to choice. You choose what's going to help you the most, and there are options available to you. So, okay, thank you. very
Great,
much.
thank you.
Great job, Superintendent.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is an update on pandemic response. The legislature quickly stepped in and passed a couple of bills last week that will impact how we can respond to the pandemic. But I'll turn the time over to Dr. Godfrey, and then maybe Mr. Anderson can join in and clarify some of those laws also.
Yes, so I am going to ask Mr. Anderson to talk about the changes in the law, but things have shifted, and I started a lot of pandemic updates with that. It was interesting when we had legislators come down and see the test to stay protocol when they were at one of our schools for the breakfast. What they saw was that at 9:30 we were testing students with the last name starting with the letter B, and that we didn't have much day left. What they also saw is high school staff that had just diving in, principals running around with swabs and results, just everybody pitching in to make sure that testing happened. But it really was untenable, and so with support at the state level, which I very much appreciate, we were and with a clear directive from the board that we could move forward with what we saw we needed to do, we did make the decision to go virtual and switch to remote learning for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of that week of Martin Luther King Jr. So what was nice about that is that we were able to get 9 straight days without students in school, in the building. We had some schools that were hovering around 50% attendance, and that just provided a bit of a reprieve. As I visited schools, I heard that there was much higher attendance in classes than they had been experiencing. The virtual classes had high attendance. I'm also aware that we're better equipped to do it than we ever were before, but the entire district had not switched to virtual learning since the spring of 2020. So it was still a big leap, and we had it takes a lot of work every time, but I also heard a lot of positive from parents and from teachers and administrators and ESP that that it was an effective time period. Laws have changed going forward, and in a minute I'll ask Mr. Anderson to address that. The contact tracing has really been put to rest. There is the possibility that was not, let me back up. We asked at first, because we had provided clinics for the initial vaccination shots, the immunizations, vaccinations, we asked about the possibility of booster. All districts did, and community nursing services was not able to provide that initially. They are now, if we want to host those. We wouldn't do it in the same way that we did before, but we could make those available. Is there interest on the part of the board of making booster vaccination shots available?
I'm interested.
Depends on
That
the
would be for
details.
that would be for employees. Well, it wouldn't be limited to employees, but we wouldn't be calling people down, or we wouldn't be having people sign up during the workday. It would just be that we would host it at one of our campuses.
You're just saying it
Describe that
like
correctly,
an
Mr. Anderson.
after-school vaccination
Yeah.
clinic for teachers.
And it's probably one that we wouldn't treat as the same way as we did the initial vaccines. We would just offer a clinic. Those that wanted to drop in between the hours of, whatever, it could look that way.
Do it February 11th. I'm okay as long as the Board of Health is requesting it, if they need the space. I think they take the lead on that, and it's not done during school time per se.
It would also be important to me to know, is this for students or only employees?
When Community Nurses Services reached out, they weren't specific as to who it could be for, so I think we could give them feedback, and I think they'd be able to tailor it in whatever fashion we wanted. In the past, the clinics have always, they've kind of morphed into, it's targeted at this group, but anybody that wants to bring family or household members could do it. That's how it's been done in the past.
I would be more favorable too, because we did initially offer it to all of our employees, doing it for all employees. I don't know how I feel about offering it to students. That makes me a little uneasy. I would be in favor of doing it for employees, yes, because we offered the initial vaccines for employees.
So we could structure it that way.
And if an employee wanted to bring their family, I'm okay with it, but I just don't want to go down that road with students. Their parents can make that decision. There are lots of resources available. There's not a shortage. I don't see a need for us to include students.
So employees and families is what you would propose?
I'm comfortable with that.
I think if they're asking us to use our facilities, it's after school, it's not interfering with our school time. We're a government agency like they are. I have no problem with them offering those, as long as it's not tied to a school. For our employees, that's different. But if to make them more available in our community, we bring it to a school or two, I'm okay with that.
I am too. I have no problem offering it to students.
Would we need to provide staffing, or does this all come from CNS?
My understanding is that it would all be CNS. We do clinics already, such as Boo to the Flu, where we provide the facilities, and there's a limited amount of staff interaction on scheduling and making sure that things are set up for it. But other than that, it would be completely them.
Still doing that at like South Hills? Because didn't we have a facility at South Hills that we were...
That was for testing, not vaccinations, yeah. And that has been discontinued.
At all of our schools?
It was discontinued temporarily at Elk Ridge Middle. They were supposed to bring it back after this week with a third-party testing facility. They pulled everybody off to do testing elsewhere.
Will reach out to me. So if those do stop, will you let the board know?
If they stop,
Yeah.
they are both discontinued. Yeah, my understanding is Elk Ridge may start up next week with a third-party testing facility.
Is CNS offering or requesting?
Offering.
So they as the county isn't saying we need your facilities. They're just offering it as an option.
The superintendents were on a call with the health department, and several superintendents asked about that. So the county health department asked community nursing services if they would have the capacity to do it. And community nursing services in turn contacted districts and said, if you would like us to set something up, we have the resources, we can do that.
But this isn't really part of the county health strategic plan to end or to minimize COVID.
There hasn't been a request or suggestion or expectation that we make that available.
Okay, should we take a vote on whether or not we want to make that available?
Better take two votes. Make it available and make it available to employees and or students.
Okay, will you motion one of them for me?
I move that we move forward and offer our schools to CNS to provide vaccination booster clinics as directed by the superintendent.
I'll second it.
Okay, so that's a motion to offer our schools as vaccination site for CNS. Would your motion include students and families?
Not yet.
Okay, just whether or not we're willing to make it available, and then we'll
Can I add to
address
that
the next
motion
issue of to
after
who.
school hours, right? Is that just known, or do we need to make that as part
That was assumed in the motion.
Okay, any discussion to that? So we're not now addressing who gets to come, just whether or not we would make our facilities available.
A lot more comfortable voting after I knew who we were making it available to. I'm sorry.
All in favor of making our facilities available, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so that passes 5-2.
President, I move that we make these booster clinics available to anyone who wants to avail themselves of it. Faculty and community.
Okay, so motion by Mr. Dunn, second by Mr. Robinson to make the vaccination clinics available to anyone who chooses to use it, employees or anyone in the community, including students. Discussion to that motion.
So I'll just say, I know I just voted not to host the clinics, but, so my vote here might seem contradictory, but I guess my point of view is if we are gonna make it available, we might as well leverage it to the maximum utilization. So I'll be voting in favor of it.
Previously said that I was only comfortable with employees, but if it's not done during school hours and it's available, we may as well make it available.
Can I make a clarification? It's not even in every school, right? This is just a few select locations spattered throughout.
Maybe one location.
Hence, the motion was at the discretion of the superintendent.
I'm just failing to see the need. There's availability at doctor's offices and pharmacies and in stores and drive-throughs. It's everywhere. Why are we doing this?
Because we can, and we play nice.
It's so politicized. This vaccination has become so politicized. I don't know that this school is the place to do it.
We actually hold political conventions at schools.
We vote in public buildings.
They're public facilities.
We open our facilities
Very
to junior
different
jazz
things.
participants.
Well, and we're all aware of perhaps some of our community patrons who can't get to those other places for one reason or another. And they can get to the school. So, that was my thought.
That's just hard for me to believe because our grocery store is as local as their school. And they have a pharmacy sitting inside of it.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of making it available to anyone in the community? Please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, that passes 6-1.
May I just ask for clarification? If, I'm not sure what the resources that CNS has available, if they have a limited supply of vaccinations, how do you feel about, if they only have a certain amount, offering it to staff first before the rest of the community? I'm just picturing a scenario that they say we have 500 doses or whatever, that we may have to limit certain.
That's a good point. I'd be comfortable with that we've motioned to make it available to everyone, but use it to the discretion of CNS is what their resources are.
In fact, if they come back and say, well, we really don't need your facilities, well, that's okay. We're just, how I see it, we're giving you permission to use it if they need it.
Don't need it.
Exactly.
They're offering it.
We don't need it.
So,
They're doing it at school's request.
So do we need another motion or clarification that if there's only enough for employees, we go employees first?
I would say that that's at the discretion of the superintendent.
I'd agree.
Okay, so we will leave that at the discretion of the superintendent.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, can you speak to the recent changes in the law?
Yeah, I'll start kind of in chronological order of just the three main bills that dealt with COVID-19. First was Senate Joint Resolution 3. This was sponsored by Senator McKay. It was a joint resolution to terminate the public health orders pertaining to face coverings in both Salt Lake and Summit County. That passed quickly in both in the Senate and went to the House, and after a couple of days passed in the House with a relatively close vote, but passed nonetheless. And the next one was that passed on, let's see, Friday. The next one was House Bill 183. This was sponsored by Representative Tusher. It dealt with the in-person learning amendments and suspended the test to stay protocol. And another bill that is kind of an add-on to that that's still in process is Senate Bill 113. Deals with the thresholds that would potentially trigger a test to stay event. At this point, it's not passed, but the newest substitute has it. The threshold would be whatever the state health department deems as an incubation period, and forever a time period in which they have a certain number of cases, they would set the case count, and they would also set the incubation period count for which those cases would be on the dashboard. And that is still in process. We're watching that one.
Can you explain that more? What's the bill number, 113, did you say?
Yeah, Senate Bill 113.
Would that change the look of our dashboard as it currently is, or?
That remains to be seen. The dashboard as it currently stands is information given to us from the county, and they have still defined an active case as being 14 days from the date reported to public health. And so if this passed, it could impact that dashboard. We just don't have enough information on that from the county or from the legislature at this
They're
point.
just still trying to figure out thresholds and all.
Correct. Yep.
But they're taking that away from the county and giving it to the state?
Yes, potentially. Not that the county can't still use their metrics and the way that they want to do their dashboard. It would just mean this bill deals specifically with in-person learning and the test to stay protocol of what would trigger that. And so you could, theoretically, you could have two different types of dashboards. One, a dashboard that triggers test to stay, and another one that just gives a current update on the number of active cases.
Does it limit us in our decision to go online? I mean, does it factor in things like that they can't see, like total absence rates and stuff like that?
Right now, no, it does not address absenteeism. Right now, the previous law where the governor, state senate president, speaker of the house, and the state superintendent would all have to agree to allow a school district to go beyond the virtual learning days that are already allowed.
So if we have a factor that's not in the law, we could still then petition to those four top state leaders to do something.
That would be possible. In this case, they sent out a letter that gave a 2-week grace period to basically everybody in the state to be able to do that.
I'm just going to confirm we have no guidelines to follow right now.
For test to stay, that has not been clarified yet. We have guidelines that there is no mask mandate. We have guidelines that test to stay has been suspended, but we don't have the guidelines finalized as to what thresholds trigger that new test to stay event. And we do know that in order to go virtual again, we would need the permission of those 4 leaders we talked about.
Feel empowered, Superintendent?
Let me ask another question on that.
Like a professional?
That if we want to go virtual again, we would need the permission of those 4. Does that bill also include a vote of the school board? I believe I read that does.
The one that's the Senate Bill 113 at this point, last time I checked, it said in consultation with the state health department.
Okay, I think it was Tusher's bill that referred to a school board vote.
So 183.
Yeah, Tusher's bill is House Bill 183. It defines remote learning, and once the governor signs it, it takes effect. This this is in line 121, it says, in consultation with the Department of Health, the Governor, the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction jointly determined that a variant of COVID-19 currently affecting the public education system is a type that testing and isolation under a test-to-stay protocol would be effective in mitigating the harmful public effects of the variant. That could be, at this point, this bill, Representative Tusher's bill, does not, that I can see,
That's
include.
just specific to test to stay then, right?
Does this feel like Rome?
The local government. It outlines that the local governing board, in this case, this would be the school board here. I think it outlines just that we could petition for that and request that consideration. That would be the involvement of the board.
And that doesn't affect the 1 day a week.
No, that still stays in
rules.
place. Yep. So yes, the local board would accept, would suggest or request a specific and temporary period of time for which they would pivot to remote learning. So this board would say we want to go remote from this day to this day, make the request of those 4 leaders, and it would be up to them.
Basically, the process we used last time. As a board, we directed superintendent to make the request. He did, and we got the
correct.
permission. Okay.
Yep. Also might add, the dashboard yesterday, because of the 9-day reset, was set to 0 yesterday. As of today, new cases that from students that have been in the school since Monday are now on the dashboard. Today we have 7.
Any questions?
Feel inclined to say that without having a plan in place as far as the dashboard, or not the dashboard, but just the threshold is putting undue stress on teachers, administrators. And if we could get that information sooner than later, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, it is creating uncertainty for sure.
It's just more uncertainty on top of all the other uncertainty, so.
Just goes back to a need to take back local control.
I have a question. As a district, before, when we got to 1% or 15 cases, we were sending out a letter, just a mitigation letter, letting people know that cases are rising. Please be extra diligent with hand washing, stay home if you're sick, that type of letter. Is that that was our decision, right, to do that? And we can still do that?
We can. Yeah, that was just based on local or input from the board, that we would send out we call it a vigilance letter, and we sent several of those out. Kind of sent a blanket one out just before we went virtual as well.
I would assume we would still do that unless the board directs you otherwise, since that's what's currently in place.
But at what threshold?
We, as a board, we set it at 1% or 15 cases.
Oh, okay.
I think the difference in this is that the vigilance letter probably would not address test to stay, or we said in order to avoid a test to stay event, because we don't have those thresholds just yet.
Okay, any other questions?
About this or about pandemic update in general?
Any pandemic update in general? Unless you have more information you needed to provide. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just curious about a communication to parents about the overturned mask mandate. I think there are parents who still assume we're under a mask mandate. And we're operating under the assumption that the news has notified them do you think it would be needed or necessary to send out a communication clarifying the joint resolution bill and that masks are not required? Even if we want to say stay vigilant and avoid the spread of the virus. But I'm curious about a communication. We sent out a communication that said, hey, parents have the option to opt out or to sign their own exception. Do you intend to send out any communication regarding the overturned mask mandate? And if not, I'm asking the board, do you want to ask for such a thing? I personally have been contacted by numerous parents who believe that the schools are exempt from the overturning rule, or they were ignorant of it and are still under the assumption that their child is required to wear a mask in school.
If we were to send an email out like that, I think what we would also do is say masks, N95 or KN95 masks, or respirators as they're being referred to, are available upon request at our schools, and these are the masks that are recommended by the county health department for those who are choosing a mask. Or some language to that point to say there's no mask mandate, but if you'd like a mask, we have the recommended masks available for upon request. So we can certainly send that.
So you don't intend to?
Well, it's always a balance of how do we wait till we have the test to stay information and then send a communication about masks and test to stay all at the same time so that we know what those thresholds mean going forward. Because when we send continual updates, sometimes there's some negativity, understandably, around that as well. So that's always the balance is, do you continue to give a bit of a play-by-play, or do you communicate when there's a kind of a settled question? Because what we'd want to talk about is virtual days, because I think there was a big assumption once we switched to remote learning for those 3 days and had 9 days out, that any moment the next shoe's going to drop and we're going to announce another week of virtual. I heard that from some folks. So I think there's some various things that we can clarify, and we can certainly do that now. I think we've been watching to see when an update made the most sense. I think there's always some confusion about masks and vaccines, and the bus is a federally funded thing. Do they have to wear it on the bus but not at school? And so we can always provide more clarification. It's just a question of is there overkill at a certain point?
I feel like we have worked very hard as a district to follow the letter of the law. And sometimes as we've done that, like when we sent out an emailed link to a mask exemption form, it was viewed as we're taking sides politically. I got many emails from teachers who felt like Jordan was encouraging exemption forms by I feel like that is murky water. If people need to know what the government is doing with masks, they should look to other sources. I just don't want to come off as if we're picking sides here or encouraging wearing or not wearing a mask. And if we are encouraging something, I hope it's that we're looking out for each other.
The confusion is, are they still required in schools? That's the confusion. And I don't know.
I have not heard that from anybody.
Me neither.
I have had probably 20.
Well, I would just refer them right over to the legislation.
I referred all mine to Bryce.
Oh,
That's why he's got 20.
I think Daryl.
I think there's pros and cons of doing both,
I would leave it up to the discretion of the superintendent right now to determine when would be appropriate to send that communication out. especially as we get more
Or if.
clarification within the next week or two on laws.
Got to have one or the other. It's just kind of noisy. Sorry.
Um,
I'm not calling for it.
I
I
was
was
gonna
just
say,
asking,
sure.
now's the
Should we
opportunity for
motion
the
it?
board to
yeah.
say, I really want a communication, but I trust the superintendent. I just wanted to hear his thinking on the situation.
Great.
A couple of questions too, if
Okay, go ahead.
I know that we've had conversations in the past about aligning the district to one format when we are virtual, you know, Google Classrooms versus Canvas, et cetera. Has the district made a decision, okay, we're going with one or the other, or is that still at the discretion of each teacher?
We've left that at the school level. There are some schools who make a decision about providing the same format for all of their parents. Sometimes there's a grade level that may do one format or another, but we have not required one format or the other. We tend to favor Canvas and provide support for Canvas. Our virtual academy, all 3 schools within that academy use Canvas, but we have not told teachers to switch over from Google Classroom to Canvas,
And to
or
follow-
vice versa.
Sorry, to follow up on that, what about encouraging teachers to continue using a digital platform? I feel like I saw quite a disparity between schools that have continued to use it. It was easy. Those students received a very good educational day, and some, it seemed like teachers were just as overwhelmed by this as they were the first time we did it. Are teachers being encouraged to continue having some basis of their classroom online?
Yes, we've certainly supported that. We're not asking that of teachers. I think there is a flip side to that also, where if we rely too much on that, then Canvas takes the place of a teacher even in the classroom. There's the potential for that. I've heard some students reference that. So what you're saying is, are we keeping people in shape by having them continue to use those resources so that they're not rusty when it's needed? We have not required that. We have not required that.
Okay, we've just had so many conversations. I don't know where they land sometimes. And then one last question. I am being told about some sort of state-required reporting on how many mask exemptions we received. The person who reached out to me said that Jordan's was so high that they couldn't even have it tallied by the time the report was due. I'm just wondering, what is that really a thing? I haven't heard of it.
I know of no such report, and we have made no attempt to tally the number of mask exemptions.
Thank you.
When
Those
asked
are
by
all
the
helpful
media
to
about
hear.
that, we explained that that is handled at the local school level, because parents interacting with the school is the best way to accomplish that. So we do not have that record,
Okay,
and we've not tried to gather it, and I haven't been asked for it.
thank you. I've just had a few questions about if that was true or not, so that's helpful for me to hear
Sure.
publicly.
Sure.
Do we have, I'm deciding whether this discussion's done or whether we table it till after our business meeting. Do we have further questions or other things to discuss? Okay, well then I will declare this discussion done. You don't have anything else you need to discuss or add?
Don't.
Okay. All right, we will take a break until 6:30 when we will start our general session. Thank you.
We ready? Okay. Well, welcome, everybody. Great to see a full house tonight. Thank you for being here. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. This is our general session. And today is Tuesday, January 25th. We are at the JATC South Building. And with us, we have, starting from the end, our board attorney, Paul Van Komen, and then board members Darrell Robinson, Jen Atwood, Nikki George, Bryce Dunford, Tracy Miller, Marilyn Richards, Matt Young, our superintendent, Anthony Godfrey, associate superintendent, Mike Anderson, and our business administrator, John Larson. We also have various members of our staff here with us and also joining us online, along with a lot of members from the community in our schools. Thank you and welcome. We are going to get started today with the Pledge of Allegiance, and this will be led by Harriman Scout Troop 123 under the direction of Scout Master Scott Wardle.
Guard attention. Honor guard, forward march. Audience, please arise and remove any unofficial headwear. Please do the proper sign. Please repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 2. Please post the colors of the United States of America. Color guard, please post the colors of the flag of the great state of Utah. Color guard about face. Color guard dismissed. Audience may be seated.
Thank you so much. As a former Scout leader for many years, it is great to see you here. Well done. Next, we'd like to welcome Copper Mountain Middle School here with us today. We are going to have our reverence by Jaden Olney, Addison Rushton, and Bailey Hopkins. And then we will have and those are student body officers at Copper Mountain Middle School, and then we will have our celebrating schools.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, we'd like to share a Dr. Seuss quote about kindness. Be kind to the wishers who haven't got wishes. Be kind to the fishers who haven't got fishes. Be kind to the beginners who haven't got ends.
Be kind to the strangers who haven't got friends. Be kind to the walkers who haven't a shoe. Be kind to the talkers who haven't a clue.
Be kind to the outsiders and the insiders too. Be kind to the kept confined in a zoo. Be kind in your minds and in all that you do, and you'll find that mankind can be kind to you too.
I felt that this quote represents our school's kindness. We are doing a kindness campaign coming up soon, and I felt that this really represents our goal for our school's kindness campaign. Kindness is a widespread group of different people being kind in different ways. It shows us different aspects of being kind to each other, and you will receive kindness right back to you. Here at Copper Mountain, we want to make sure everyone is kind to each other.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then our celebrating schools.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, President Miller, Superintendent Godfrey, we are the student body officers of Copper Mountain Middle School, and we're going to tell you a little bit about our school. I'm Bailey Hopkins, a 9th grade SBO.
I'm Milo Snow, one of the 8th grade SBOs.
I'm Juliet Keeney, a 7th grade SBO.
I'm Charlotte Ball, one of the 8th grade SBOs. I'm Addie Rushton, one of the 8th grade SBOs.
I'm Jane Only, one of the 7th grade SBOs.
I'm Eli Wordle, one of the 7th grade SBOs.
I'm Cannon Tidwell, one of the 9th grade SBOs.
I'm Hudson Cedarholm, one of the 8th grade SBOs.
I'm Logan Jerome, one of the 7th grade SBOs.
At Copper Mountain Middle School, the theme is Don't Judge, Be Curious. This theme is really important because it shows that we don't judge people based on their appearances, and at our school we have amazing staff and students with great personalities, and at our school we always try to make someone feel as comfortable as possible at our school.
The staff at our school is really amazing and tries to help everyone feel welcomed and safe. The staff really tries to understand what each and every student goes through and help them throughout whatever they need. The counselors are also very amazing and try to make time for each student to introduce themselves personally. For our fundraiser this year, we did a massive food drive for the Utah Food Bank. For our kickoff assembly, we had Stand for Kind come, and it was really amazing. They brought an inspirational speaker who talked about how he overcame his challenges in life, and we also had a band come and rock out with us. In total, we collected over 2,000 cans or boxes of food, with students earning rewards along the way. We also did a basketball game against Mountain Creek Middle, and the proceeds from the ticket sales were given to the Jordan Education Foundation's Christmas for Kids. This food drive and fundraiser successfully included a large portion of our student body.
We do a lot of hands-on activities. We have Chromebooks, microscopes, and supplies that help us learn. In different classes, we learn in different ways with different supplies and materials that help teach us what we need to learn in that class. In each class, every teacher devotes their time to teach us students so that we can learn and grow in the ways that we need to.
NJHS, or the National Junior Honor Society, is a program offered to the 9th graders at our school. Throughout the school year, we will each donate 10 hours of community service per quarter to help better our community. We'll also do projects, and we're currently in the process of doing one to better our skills and present to the other society members.
There's also a class that creates a school newsletter for all the students to read. One of our classes that is offered to our 8th graders is a class called Chill. It is a cross-cutting honors class that incorporates language arts and science. In this class, we have many projects, labs, and fun activities. For example, one time we did Rocket Week, where we read a book with rockets in it and then built rockets the next day. There are many rigorous classes and programs at our school.
We're now going to talk about some of the groups that our school has.
A few of our amazing groups at our school include the Kindness Squad, the SBOs, Science Olympiad, NJHS, GSA Club, FBLA Club, and the Sous Chef Club.
We're now going to talk about some of them.
As you know, we are part of the SBOs at Copper Mountain Middle School, and a few of the things we do is run fundraisers, do live announcements, and promote school-wide activities.
Another group we work closely with is the Kindness Squad. This group works to promote kindness to the entire school to make our school a better place. Some things they do are run kindness campaigns, spread positivity, and teach lessons on kindness in TA.
Although that is only a few of our amazing groups, all of our groups make a difference at our school to make it a better place.
Our school also has something called Cult of the Day, which is where we congratulate students on being great.
We also have something called Cult of the Quarter, which is when teachers nominate students who are academic all-stars, and they are recognized at an assembly. We also recognize students with the Triple Crown Award, which is when they have all A's, H's, and perfect attendance.
There are many excellent students at our school who are worthy of recognition. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. There are a lot of great things going on at Copper Mountain Middle School. Thank you for being here. Can we have any of the administrators or parents that are here with Copper Mountain stand up or raise your hand if you're already standing? Thank you. Thank you for being here. We would like to have all the students that were here and participated come forward and receive a pin. And we used to shake hands and realize that's not always the comfortable thing to do these days. So we'll shake hands, we'll knuckle, or if you want to keep your hands down and just get your pin, that is great too. We'll even share our sanitizer with you if needed. Anyway, if I could have all the students from Copper Mountain Middle School, and then if any of the scouts are still here also, if you would please come forward, start down at this end, and we'd like to give you. All right, thank you. We will now have our resolutions of appreciation, and Marilyn Richards will do that.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Margaret B. Butterfield, Director of Food Services. Susan Lynn Rose Davis, Teacher. Gail Ray Hansen, Teacher. And Nathan Earl McCleary, Teacher.
Thank you. We now have recognitions from board members. Do any board members have any recognitions tonight?
Mine's were quick, and it's about Copper Mountain. So I was able to go and see some of their social emotional learning they've invited me to, and that was awesome. And also been able to go to a lot of the Christmas concerts there after our board meeting in December, and it was great to see that and the charity that's going on. But I wanted to just make notice of, on February 2nd at Harriman High School, Harriman and Bingham and the feeder schools are gonna do a Chinese dual immersion dinner and a presentation of some of the things in their culture, and just a great event. It starts at 4:30 and goes to, I think, 8 o'clock at night. So just invite people to go to that too. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any others? Okay, I want to recognize two groups of students. First of all, we had a legislative breakfast a few weeks ago with our legislators, and we invited a couple of students from Harriman High School to come and talk with our legislators, and they did such an outstanding job. I just wanted to recognize them. Lexi Jensen, the SBO Vice President, Isabella Morel from Latinos in Action, and Race James, the band president. Such a pleasure to hear from them, and they did a great job, and as did Harriman High's Chamber Choir. And then I also want to recognize some students that participated in the 2021-22 Utah Junior High All-State Band. That took place this last weekend, or maybe the weekend before, at a Bravenel Hall. There were 110 middle school students throughout the state participating, and we had 4 from our district, and some of those are here with us tonight, so I'm going to read those names, and if you're here, if you'll please stand. We had Ashlyn Newbold from South Jordan Middle School, Savannah Worthen from South Jordan Middle School, Ethan Robbins from South Jordan Middle School. They're already standing, they can raise their hand. And Tyler Blodgett from West Jordan Middle School. This is a great accomplishment. Can we give them a round of applause? And we would also like to invite you forward to come get a pin.
Grab a pen. Excellent.
That is a great accomplishment, and we also thank their band directors for all the support that they provide, and their parents for all the hours of practice put into it. Congratulations, and thank you for being here. Any other board members have a recognition? Okay, we will now go to our elected officials. We have Mayor Don Ramsey is here tonight in order to present a special award to Bingham High School's Hope Squad.
You skipped Anthony, did you know that?
Okay, we'll come back to you. Okay. Yes, so we'll invite you forward, Mayor Ramsey. Thank you.
I am the last person on earth who would ever want to preempt Dr. Godfrey. Thank you so much, President Miller and Dr. Godfrey, Mr. Larson, members of the board, and administration. Thank you so much for the chance to be here. I'm excited to be here with all of you. We have some really impressive young people here, and you've highlighted some great things that are happening all across the district. It's fun for me to have Copper Mountain here. I had 2 kids go to Copper Mountain, and I've had 3 kids go to Bingham, and one's currently there. And tonight, I have the privilege of recognizing some outstanding students from Bingham High School. I'm here representing the Healthy South Jordan Coalition, and this is the first year ever that Healthy South Jordan has presented a Hero Award. It's an honor for me to represent this on behalf of a large coalition, of which the district is also a part, of those who have come together to really work toward promoting health in all of its different forms and what that really means in South Jordan. And it is my privilege to recognize this group, and if it's okay, I'll say who they are, and then if you don't mind, I'd like to just invite them to come to the front. Is that okay? All right. Healthy South Jordan and South Jordan City are pleased to announce that the Hero Award winner, the first ever Hero Award winner, is 2022's winner, and it is the Bingham High Hope Squad. We have a couple of very impressive young people and a teacher who we're going to present this to, but I'd like to invite all of the Hope Squad members to come stand up here, please. And then turn and face your parents because they want to see your faces. But don't take pictures till after I turn around. Okay. Carson Day and Avery Benson came up to receive the award, right? We have individual certificates that we'll be presenting to every member of the Bingham High Hope Squad out in the foyer. After this, we'll step out there and do that for the sake of the time for the meeting. But if I may read this, this nominating period was open in the fall, and the Hope Squad at Bingham High School was nominated. And if I can read the award, congratulations to the Bingham High Hope Squad for their caring, compassion, understanding, sensitivity, support, generosity, creativity, intelligence, courage, optimism, humility, resilience, diligence, and dependability in promoting healthier behaviors, giving hope and support to those who are struggling, and assisting others in times of crisis. I don't think it's an exaggeration in any way for me to say that if more of us, more of everyone in society, made a deliberate effort to do what these young people do, our world would be a different place, a better place. And it's what they do for their peers at Bingham High School. And they have a significant impact on goodness, on help, on inclusion, on friendship, on belonging, and all the things that go in these days, mental health, physical health, emotional health, to being a teenager right now. So Help South Jordan and South Jordan City, I want to thank you, and please join me again in congratulating all of you with the Bingham High Hope Squad. Okay, President Miller, if you're okay with it, I'm going to invite them to turn around. Is that okay, so their parents can take a picture? Is that all right? Let me hand this to you.
Yeah, Carson! Mr. Price.
Yeah, I think we should. So much easier just to let them pick.
Okay, and after the pictures are done, we're going to have you all file through here too and get a pin and let us congratulate you.
Start over here. You want to go ahead and go first and kind of lead the line? Walk right over to Mr. Van Komen and go ahead and start. Thank you so much for letting us be here tonight. Appreciate it.
A pin, guys. Good job, good job. Thank you. Thanks for all your work, guys. Grab a pen.
Making a difference.
There you go.
Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for making a difference.
Thanks. Yep, yep, you're the color. Grab one.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Okay, our next recognition will then be by Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you very much. All I can say is hashtag squad goals. So, one of the best parts of being superintendent is that I get to know a lot of incredible employees and parents and students. And there are a lot to get to know, and I'm out in schools as much as I can, and I love getting to know as many people as possible. And then there are those, even as you get to know people, that stand out above the rest. And one of those I'm honored to talk to you about tonight, and that's Josefina Swenson. So will you please come forward, and I'm going to talk about you. Josefina Swenson is the Family Literacy Center assistant. She's here supported by her husband and children. We also have Suzette Johnson, who's an instructional coach at Majestic Elementary Arts Academy. I believe we have Lisa Blodgett in the back, one of our music teachers as well. There she is. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the incredible things that Josefina does. She is the Family Literacy Center assistant. She provides resources and services for families at Majestic. Tonight we're honoring her for her amazing work. that she does to help grow and support the GED program for adults, parents, mothers, and fathers in the community that wish to further their education and increase their opportunities to support their families. Many of the GED participants are also learning English while they are completing a rigorous GED program and working toward passing the tests for their GED. These parents don't give up because they have the support of incredible people. When I talked to Josefina, complimented her on her work, she said, "Well, I'm surrounded by a great team." And what I told her is, incredible leaders are the ones who assemble great teams. And that's her. I got the inspiration to, I've known I needed to highlight Josefina, but I received an email from Tina Roth, who's a former teacher in our district and is on the foundation board for our Jordan Education Foundation. So she has seen some of the work up close that Josefina has been involved in. So I'm going to read portions of the email that she sent me. And this was in December. She said, and I'm going to skip some parts. I could talk all night about the great things Josefina does. Tina says, I had the invitation to go to Majestic Elementary to see the miracle that Josefina and her two sisters have so lovingly provided for 40 of the students at Majestic. Josefina not only teaches and organizes the GED program there, but also makes sure that every week each child at the school goes home with a weekend pack of food. She sent me pictures of hygiene kits, food boxes, toys, clothing, pillows, blankets, bikes, and Christmas trees that had been collected. People donate money and items to help with the Sub for Santa miracle. I was overwhelmed at the love, time, and effort and heartfelt contributions to help out those in need at this time in this community. This year, 40 students will be provided with Sub for Santa because of the beautiful hearts of Josefina and her sisters. Josefina goes above and beyond providing and lifting all year long, but especially those identified for Sub for Santa this year. One student mentioned to her teacher that all she wanted was a warm blanket for Christmas. She lives with her mother and 4 other siblings, and her house is very cold. She said she'd been sharing a blanket with her mother. Needless to say, Josefina made sure this young girl got many blankets in her big bag of presents. Tina says further, I have felt such a wonderful feeling that our district is so full of miracle workers that we usually don't even hear about. You can't come away from experiences like I had at Majestic without being grateful for the participation of wonderful people in our district. Josefina is such a giver of time and service. She's an example of hard work and joy in serving the children at Majestic. I'm so thankful to call her my friend. Josefina, I'm very thankful for you. Students are successful when we partner with families. Families are the primary source of student success, and we are a secondary helper to that effort. The way you dive in to help each family, however they need it, with physical needs, with an education for adults, you're a miracle worker. And I can't thank you enough for being a part of our district and of Majestic a part of our community, and I'm better because I know you and the work that you do. So, thank you.
Did I say a few words? Thank you, Lena. I really appreciate those kind words, and I wanted to say that when Tina came this year, it was 46 kids, and we were able to do 114. So, and that was with the help of many people that I call friends of Majestic Elementary. And at this time, I just want to take a moment to say thank you to it takes a village to do these things. And I want to say thank you to Mrs. Kathy Writing. She was a great support of the program prior, in the past 10 years prior to her retirement. And this year, I getting great support from our new principal, Mary Ann Johansson, and I'm looking forward to working many more years with her. So I know how important it is for the Jordan School District to, be a partner with us in raising and our children and educating them. My own two children are product of Jordan School District. My daughter Carla is a trial attorney, and my son Christian is doing his last semester at the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. And my son-in-law is a successful businessman, a product of Jordan School District. So really my wish every day is that every parent and every child can be in the same track and enjoy the same things that my own family have been able to enjoy. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I have to serve others, but more grateful I am for the people that I'm surrounded by, the people that work with me and the people that support me. And thanks to the village that works with me, we're able to help these families adapt. Most of them are immigrants families, and we help them to adapt to their new, to the new community, adapt to the new society, to the new customs, the new way of doing things in this country. And our Family Learning Center is really a home away from home for many of these families. And I really hope that it can continue to be that way. And right now I'm taking this opportunity to invite all of you to our Family Learning Center graduation, which some of you have attended before in May, so you can see and experience by yourself the joy that it comes from seeing these parents excel in things that are really hard for them at this time. But they give it all because of the love for their families, and because they want to be contribute to the society where they live right now, and they want to be good citizens. So thank you so much for this recognition, and I'll see you in May.
President
Will you
Miller.
come forward and let us also congratulate you?
You're amazing.
Thank you.
President Miller, if I could just say something. When I saw that Ms. Swenson was on the agenda for the superintendent's recognition, I could not think of anybody better. Josefina leads with kindness, love, compassion, service, and trust. She builds a trust with those parents in the school, which helps the students to trust. And she is one in a million. Anytime I go into the school, she's either got a cart full of stuff or she's carrying bags full of stuff. I mean, and it's items that are going home with these students, and she knows what this community needs and what not just what they need, but what their wants are. And she impacts all of these students in the school, but not only the students in the school, but generations upon generations. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Godfrey?
I just like the part where she said she looks forward to working many more years with the people at Majestic.
We'll hold her to it.
That's the only part I heard after that. Thank you. Thank you for taking your evening and for being here and for everything you do.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to some of our business items now. We'll take a motion to approve our consent agenda items, and if you will name those items, I would appreciate that.
I'll make a motion to approve the board minutes, evaluation of Dr. Anthony Godfrey, Superintendent of Schools, and Mr. John Larson, Business Administrator of Jordan District.
I'll second it.
A motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson, to approve our consent agenda items, which include our minutes and our evaluations of Dr. Godfrey and Mr. John Larson. All in favor of that motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I just want to add a quick note here that as a board, we did evaluate Dr. Godfrey and Mr. Larson as per our policies. I just want to report to the public that they both have been found in compliance with all of our policies, and we are very pleased with the job that they are doing. All right, can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Young and second by Ms. Richards to accept the consent agenda items. All in favor of that motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion on our first bid, information systems?
I'll make a motion to approve the information systems E-rated networks and wireless access point upgrade.
A second? Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for information systems E-rate network and wireless access point upgrade. Is there any discussion to that motion? I have one question for it then. This is something specific for our new school, but then also to improve our access point district-wide. How long of a process does that take, or how long does it take to roll that out across the whole district?
So for the wireless upgrade, this is something. There we go. Talking through a mask is fun too. So for our wireless upgrade, the good news is we've got about 20% of our buildings that are already have been upgraded. Part of those are new construction, new schools that we built. They have some of the latest wireless networks in them. In fall of 2020, we were able to use some CARES funding for several buildings. So that's where we get to that 20%. We've got about 80% of the schools that we'd like to do, and that's what this bid's for. Our target is to try to get through all of the secondary schools this summer. There's going to be a little bit of a supply chain issue trying to get the equipment. That's why we want to get on this quickly to get it ordered so we can take advantage of students and staff not being there this summer and get into classrooms and do those upgrades. But realistically, for us to get to the elementary schools, that's going to move into the fall time to get through those schools, and a lot of work will have to be kind of done after hours. But we anticipate by the end of December that we could get through all of the schools and get the wireless upgrades in.
Thank you. I believe I read that on any given day, we have about 250,000 devices on our network.
That's true. There's a laundry list. We were kind of joking today. What isn't plugged into the network is probably a quicker question, because we have over 110,000 district-owned computing devices. On top of that, you've got printers, copiers, scanners, all of our desktop phones plug into the network, marquees, vending machines, buses. We got HVAC systems, security systems, cameras, AV, badge readers.
Right.
Audio systems. I could go on. Some of the biggest impact are personal devices. If you think of, every kid coming to school with a device, particularly a phone, plus teachers coming with personal devices or guests, all of those add up to an incredible amount of devices that are on our networks on any given day.
So no surprise we need an occasional upgrade.
Occasionally we do.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Oh, I do have a question. You're not through yet. Just quickly, you said 20% are already upgraded. What about our auxiliary buildings and that kind of thing? Are they already upgraded, or what is the schedule for them?
They are included in the total, and we were able to upgrade them, so all of our administrative buildings already have the newest wireless network in them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to approve the bid for the E-rate network and wireless access point upgrade. All in favor of that motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I think we should take B and C together since they seem to go hand in hand. Can I get a motion for B and C?
I move that we approve items B and C, bid items B and C.
Need a second? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. George, to approve the bids for classroom AV upgrades and camera solutions and network supporting and cabling upgrades that are needed to go along with that. Are there any questions or discussion to this motion?
I've made it a practice, I don't know if I'm 100% on this, but I've made it a practice while I've served on this board to not vote on bids of former employers or clients with whom I've done work in the past. This bid falls under that category, and so under an abundance of caution, I'll be abstaining from this vote. I have had zero contact with the vendor on this issue or any issue, but just out of an abundance of caution, I am going to abstain from this vote. That being said, I am very excited about the project in concept and think it might be nice for the superintendent to give just a brief overview to the public, if this is the first time some of them may be hearing about this, what this project entails.
So before he does that, I am also going to abstain from this vote. There's potential conflicts. I don't think there is conflicts there, but just to be totally free from that, I am also going to abstain from this vote, but very supportive.
Thank you. I think that'd be very appropriate to hear from Dr. Godfrey on this.
This is an exciting project. The the upgrades have been needed. I like to say it's because we were early adopters, and so now we are on the end of our equipment's usefulness. I like to say that audio in the classroom is the easiest technology to implement. If it's working properly, you turn it on, and suddenly everyone in class has better access to learning. And so this is equipment that will help every student and every teacher in our district. And it's the type of thing that is difficult to fully appreciate until you don't have it. And then once you have a classroom with audio that reaches every student throughout the school, then you really have a learning environment that is much more effective. What this will do is not just provide audio in every classroom. It will provide a level of flexibility so that we can then upgrade from there and add cameras and allow schools to make that decision. We can make a decision as a district to support that. But this is the type of equipment that every classroom benefits from, as I said. So it's not the type where you wonder whether it's useful for this classroom or that one. Now, cameras, maybe not every classroom needs a camera, but every classroom that needs a camera can have one plug into the equipment that will be purchased based on a board vote. The cable is a part of that, and that's a bit unique to add a second bid, but we know that if the board chooses the bid that was chosen by the RFP committee, then additional cabling will also be needed, so that's a part of that cost. But to me, that also says that we're going to be well prepared. We've talked about how reliant we are on the network. So I appreciate the work that the committee did. They have really fulfilled the vision that was set forth by me and by the board to provide this on a district-wide scale, to look realistically at what additional needs would be required. Now, as I spoke with a friend who's an attorney, he talks about how he's a partner and he makes the promises, and then behind the scenes are the promise keepers. He meets with the client, makes the promises, then there are all the promise keepers. Well, as superintendent, sometimes I make the promises, and then there are all the promise keepers that do that work. And there were lots of promise keepers on this RFP who brought their various expertise to this question. So I have a lot of confidence in their choice and in their process, and I'm confident that this will make enhancements that will help teachers and help students, as I said, in every classroom, and allow us to build from there. And it's a really exciting thing that we wouldn't be able to accomplish without the collective vision of the board and the effort of staff, and the ESSER money sure paves the way and makes that possible. So it's an exciting time, and I think we'll benefit from this for a long time to come. And it will produce additional innovation. This is just a start that starts us down a path of doing some really exciting things with technology. Technology everyone can use right now, and technology that anyone can build on.
Thank you. Any questions?
Does this include any cameras at this point, or is this mostly just the audio renovation?
This is the audio and the cable. And, I threw everything at the group, and the RFP really made the most sense looking at it this way. Because you get the audio in, you can move forward with cameras. And we can decide to what degree that would be funded by the district or by schools, because there would be that possibility of making school plans, and so that's a future topic. That's the next step.
And I have a question on the funding for the cabling. The AV upgrades will come from the ESSER funding, and potentially the cabling upgrades
but we're not sure on that yet. Is that correct?
I'm going to let Mr. Larson speak to that. Now, I think I need to clarify that the amount is only for the audio, but the bid did include cameras, so that we've paved the way to purchase those cameras. It's a question about how's that funded and what does that look like, and so we'll talk more about that, but the bidding process is not necessary. It's the funding process that we have to talk about.
So as far as the funding goes, we're trying to get USBE to answer some questions about whether they'll allow the cabling to be included in either the ESSER 2 or ESSER 3 funding and make some adjustments there. If allowed, obviously, we would make every effort we could to do that. If not allowed, we would need to go to another source, such as the capital projects funds that we have there, and just add a line item in that fund to pay for the cabling. That answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion to approve the classroom AV upgrades and support cabling upgrades. All in favor of this motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No? Okay, that passes unanimously with 2 board members abstaining from the vote. Our next bid is for Bingham High School classroom furniture. Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make the motion to approve the bid for the Bingham High School classroom furniture.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bid for the Bingham High School classroom furniture. Is there any discussion to that motion or any questions on it?
I do want to point out that this completes the need for furniture from phase 3. We are still in need of some furniture from phase 1 and 2. And Bingham is looking at options for that. So I don't want the board to get the impression that all furniture needs from 1, 2, and 3 are now being met. We do have some significant furniture needs from phase 1 and phase 2. You can't remodel a school, which was the right thing to do. You can't remodel a school without considering the furniture needs. We still have 30-year-old furniture in that building and brand new classrooms and facilities. So there is a furniture need at Bingham High School. But this will complete the furniture needs from phase 2 or phase 3.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the bid for Bingham High School classroom furniture. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now move on to our patron comment section. We, as a board, welcome and encourage input from our community. We're not required to set aside time monthly, but as a board, we feel that's important and something that we do. Just as a reminder, we don't take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during the board meetings. Also, the board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda, and we may ask staff to follow up on issues or may address them at a future meeting. And silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message given. We have 5 people that have signed up to comment tonight. Let's see. Oh, it is 5, okay. We've got our new system that we're going with here that I am adjusting to.
Larger.
I'm trying to zoom in so I can read the names, and it keeps getting smaller every time I touch the screen.
case you're wondering what's going on here. Okay, our first up will be Kirsten Glenn, and then just as a reminder, please state your name when you come to the microphone, and you'll be given 3 minutes to speak. And then after Kirsten, we will have Angie Martin.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Glenn, and I just have to say, I wish everyone in the Jordan District knew what a pleasure it is to attend board meetings. I started attending last year, and I really honestly have to say I've grown to enjoy them, especially when we get to celebrate members of our community like the Hope Squad and Josefina. Anyway, it was really uplifting, so thank you. And that doesn't mean we don't have concerns in the district. We still have concerns. But it has been brought to my attention that a new diversity presentation has been given to 6th graders in the Jordan District by the diversity team. I've listened to a full audio recording of the presentation given in the school district and the YouTube video, and I do have some concerns because I do have a 6th grader in our district. I'm grateful that the school is working to fight racism and bigotry in all its forms. There are serious issues dividing our school and standing in the way of creating healthy learning environments for all students, regardless of their skin color or background. I believe our community is committed to combating racism through a constructive approach, through appeals to our common humanity. The organization FAIR can help us bridge the divide and reestablish trust and unity with no cost to our district. I'm a member of the Utah chapter of FAIR, which is the Foundation Against Racism, or Intolerance and Racism. I want to introduce FAIR's constructive and positive pro-human approach to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. FAIR is a nonpartisan grassroots organization with approximately 40,000 members and 100 chapters nationwide. FAIR is dedicated to advancing civil rights and liberties for all Americans and promoting a common culture based on fairness, understanding, and humanity. FAIR fully agrees that all students must feel that they are welcome, that they belong, and they are supported in every school. As you are developing presentations, we want to offer FAIR's constructive and unifying approach to DEI. Some approaches currently being used to teach DEI can create division and dehumanize individuals by treating them as representatives of identity groups rather than full humans. This kind of DEI can intensify polarization, foster mistrust in the classroom, and get in the way of healthy learning environments. As a pro-human approach to combating racism, inspired by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we can build bridges and heal divides within our school community. So FAIR created FAIR Diversity, a research-based DEI curriculum that focuses on our shared humanity, understanding, diversity, and fairness in order to empower educators to create inclusive classrooms. FAIR also has created FAIR Story, which is an ethnic studies and history curriculum for all grades, which recognizes a wide variety of perspectives on our shared history, culture, and civics as a nation. So both of these programs present positive character traits in order to empower students, help bridge divides, engage students from diverse cultural backgrounds, and repair historical damage. In our view, all students, families, educators, regardless of skin color and ancestry and other circumstances, must feel a sense of belonging in our classrooms by acknowledging our own uniqueness as individuals while emphasizing our common humanity. FAIR curriculum does this, and it is free. It is free. So I encourage our district to take a look at this. Thank you.
Okay, next is Angie Martin, followed by Nicole Christofferson.
Good evening, Angie Martin. I live in Harriman, and I just had some concerns about the second step curriculum. I feel like this curriculum puts parents third in order, and in fact, it even in the curriculum shows a graph of where the parents are like third in order when solving children's problems, and then the teachers, the classroom were before that. And so it puts schools first, and it also, I didn't find anything in the curriculum that portrayed dads positively. It was mostly negative with the dads and the conflict they have with their parents. I was told that the second step program was put in place because of the high amount of suicides at Harriman High, and I believe that strong attachments to parents is the best prevention of suicide in children. I believe that the reason where the high amount of suicides has to do with children being on social media, playing Xbox or games all day, or being on phones. Our children are not developing social skills. I remember my daughter was sitting on the couch with her friend, and they were side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and they were texting each other instead of actually talking and having communications with each other. I think that the second step gives kids information on how to remove it. It does give information on how to remove your search history on your computer so your parents can't see what you're looking up. It talks about dating in the 6th grade, which I think that's concerning. I don't want my child to be dating at such a young age. It talks about how you should rely on your peers and not your parents. It says times are different than the times when the parents grew up, which seems to suggest parents don't get it. But yet most of the teachers of these students are older than the parents, and the curriculum suggests talking to parents first. It also has children share their value systems with teachers, as well as separate the students based on their beliefs. I don't even believe this is legal for a teacher to do that. My suggestions would be to implement the GREAT program that teaches kids coping skills instead of second step. Why is the school resource officer for Kearns Junior and Jefferson Junior High? I taught this program with one of the hardest schools in our valley. And my crime rate and my drug rate and all the suicide preventions, I was able to stop a lot of suicides in my school. I had kids come up to me and say, because of you, Officer Martin, I didn't commit suicide. Because of you, Officer Martin, I didn't do drugs. Because of you, Officer Martin, I didn't do this. This all has to do with this GREAT program, and it stands for Gains Resistance Education and Training. It doesn't just teach about gains. It teaches how the kids read about it, they talk about it, and then they actually model it and perform it, and how you can say no to peer pressure and how you can get out of bad circumstances. So I think as an alternative, this would be a better program than second step. Thank you.
Okay. Nicole Christopherson, followed by Heather Hartle.
Nicole Christopherson. Thank you for, first of all your efforts in guiding our district and for this time to address the board. I wanted to quickly address two things tonight. First, I'd like to request that the board create a parental committee similar to the LEAC. The LEAC meets quarterly, and their concerns and solutions are guaranteed a spot on the agenda, therefore commanding the attention of the board. The same accommodations are not offered to parents. I know from experience that if parents want something on the board's agenda, it's very difficult to accomplish. It requires 4 members of the board to agree to have it added. Utah law states that parents retain the fundamental right and duty to exercise primary control over the education of their children. The legislature reiterated that position in May of 2021. A quarterly parental committee can focus on creating solutions to the problems that we are facing in our district. This is not asking for extraordinary treatment when it comes to having influence on the solutions that affect our children's education. We are just asking for equal influence to that of the teachers. Secondly, I was asked to share this feedback from a mom that attended a diversity team lesson on microaggressions at her child's school. Here's part of the YouTube video that was shared with students. This video likens microaggressions to mosquito bites. Oh, maybe not.
The problem is that some people get bitten by mosquitoes a lot more than other people. I mean, a lot more. Whether it's on a date.
Oh, your English is so good.
Excuse me? Going grocery shopping. You know, everything happens for a reason.
I'm just buying apples.
Commuting to work.
So when are you gonna have a baby?
Watching TV.
We have to keep the Redskins name part of our culture and history.
Or just walking down the street with your partner. I couldn't even tell you were gay.
Besides violating Utah law, which prohibits curriculum or assessments from addressing sexual attitudes without written parental consent, the discussion that followed included 2 6th grade students sharing their private experiences regarding their sexuality with their class, with one child revealing that they are currently questioning their sexual preference. The other children in the class are now privy to sensitive information, whether they were willing or not. During the lesson, the teacher taught that it's the impact of our action or words more than the intent that must be considered. I'm certain that violating the law and the public discussion of the private and sensitive information surrounding the sexuality of children was not the intent of this board when they voted to create a cultural and diversity team. But we can't ignore the reality that that has been part of the impact. There are many diversity curricula available that address the issues that face school districts around the nation, including ours. FAIR, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, has free curriculum that addresses these issues with a pro-human, positive, and age-appropriate approach. Thank you.
Heather Hartle, followed by Rebecca Gillespie.
My name is Heather Hartle, and the last few times that I've been here, I've not truly addressed what I wanted to, and I've kept it pretty nice, but not today. Let's rewind to all the times that parents were here telling you to drop the forced masking. Well, it turns out we were right. And we knew we were because we actually listened to the real experts, the industrial hygienists, who are the experts on masks, exposure, and mitigation. Masks are not mitigation. And the CDC, which is a complete dumpster fire, has become a punchline now that the truth is coming out. How dare you hold our kids hostage for the ESSER funding? Because you had to abide by guidelines from the CDC on that. The ramifications on this are criminal. The thousands of stories besides my own children's should break your heart. Our hard-earned dollars pay for the system to function, so we absolutely get a say. We are stakeholders, and you ignored us because you thought that ESSER funding to get AV systems and whatever else was more important than the overall well-being of our children. We know all about it and the stipulations that were attached by the CDC, which included the masking. Federal Code 21, Section 50, 23, and 24, it is illegal to force EUA devices on anyone. Guess what an EUA device is? It's masks. You violated federal law as well as being ethically bankrupt. I pulled my kids away from this dark circus. When all of this went down, I homeschooled for 20 months, and on the very Monday that they went back to public school, you shut it down. We knew there weren't responses to sub-requests. We know all about the incentives to test. We know it all, and it's fraudulent. And now we see the very same entity that abused our kids for 2 years offer free mental health help via Zoom. The jokes write themselves at this point. Also, let's move on to the social emotional learning. There are many manipulative lessons to our children about microaggressions. They've addressed it, all different things. And if you zoom out and you look at the patterns that are within it, it paints a very clear manipulative agenda. Do you know who actually is funding all of this and where it originally comes from? Because if you don't, you need to. We don't consent to any of this. We never did initially either, no matter how much you were bribed for it. You owe all of our children and us as parents an apology. These are our children that we make health decisions for, not a board that's given money for it. You will never have my forgiveness, nor my respect. You will be held to account for the actions you took against our children. We aren't going anywhere, and we're paying attention. Thank you.
Okay, Rebecca Gillespie, followed by Jolene Phelps.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Gillespie. As a parent that has moved to another country and like rolled in and not spoken a lick of the language and known anything, I appreciate what y'all are doing for people that arrive here and are just caught off guard culturally and with the language. So I applaud your what we do in the district for that. That being said, I know we do so many amazing things in this district, and we have so many things that we're trying to balance. I have some serious concerns with the Second Step program. I have concerns in a lot of things when we bring up very sensitive information. I don't feel that school settings are a safe place for many children to share things that they're going through. I have a 7th and an 8th grader. Dude, it's Lord of the Flies in there. And if someone brought something up and someone use that information against them. I just can't even imagine what could be done to a child. And I also have fear that things will be brought up that parents won't be made aware of. And I specifically have experience with that when I had my oldest son in kindergarten, and there was, during class, child-on-child sexual assault happening, and parents were not notified of what was going on, and we had to find out through other means. It scares me that we're not told what's going on when something important happens, and I'm afraid of when very sensitive things are brought up, what could happen. So I know that we can do better. I know that we can come up with a program that keeps our children safe. School is not, like just a classroom is not a safe place for children to be sharing very sensitive information. I do believe that we need to have a safe place for them. I don't think that whatever, period that portion of the day falls under that day is that place. I just don't. I think that, I have personal experiences where my kids have come home and been a little upset about something that was going on. Of course, they would never say something. And I have a friend whose daughter had a full-on panic attack in class when she was asked to share and didn't want to. So I don't think that teachers are the ones that should be in charge of facilitating that. I don't mean that we don't have a place for that, but I don't think teachers are equipped to know how to handle those situations when they come up. I feel like we're giving them a little too much to handle, and I fear that we could be causing some serious damage if we don't really carefully examine how this happens. Thank you so much for all you're doing. I appreciate it.
Okay, Jolene Phelps.
Hi, I'm Jolene Phelps, South Jordan School District. Okay, I wanted to thank you guys for, when the mask mandate came out and my kids were very upset about having to wear them, you guys were very responsive, and I got emails right away, here's the exemptions, and I do have to commend, I didn't hear any reports from, one of my sons goes to Harriman and the other one goes to Mountain Creek Middle, and I didn't hear any reports of teachers discriminating or them feeling out of place because they weren't wearing a mask. So thank you for responding quickly, because I did hear some real nightmares out of other school districts, and so I'm grateful for that. I do have some and I do want to say, so far experience here, we came from Hawaii and the schools there aren't so great. So I do have to say I've been so impressed with the teachers that both of my boys have had, just teachers that really care a lot, and the staff at the schools have been really good. And so I know that you guys are a part of that. So I'm really grateful. But I am really disappointed. I don't understand why nobody's doing anything about this SEL curriculum. I know we're a broken record here, but this is very concerning. As I've spoken before, my family comes from Cuba, and it is just so obvious the agenda here. Mountain Creek Middle, they don't use Second Step, gratefully, but they're creating their own curriculum, and it's based on Castle, which Castle has the same thing at its core, where the parents are third in order of importance in the kids' lives. And that goes against every study that would ever say a healthy child needs to have their parents first. Now, I realize not every child has involved parents and that are there for them, and so that is a problem. But this is not the way the SEL curriculum, that is even the one that they're creating. And I've talked to the principal, and I've talked to the assistant principal, and I love them, they're great people, but they're not responding to my concerns. And so I think we really need to reevaluate this, and I don't understand why we can't give teachers maybe just enough or a good amount of training to recognize the kids that are at risk, and then refer them to somebody, the counselor, that is trained to deal with it. But just like these moms were saying, it is very problematic to have these discussions in these classroom settings with all these other kids, and when one brings up something that other kids have never heard of before at these young ages. We don't need to expose them to, these hard situations, which is horrible that any kid would have to deal with it. But why would we expose others to it too? It's not healthy. So please consider what we're saying. We need you guys to not go, just to continue to promote this or to continue to be it allowed. So thank you so much.
Okay, that is the end of our public comment period. Yes, I did miscount at the end. It was 6, not 5, or at the beginning. We do have one online comment, so we will turn the time to Mr. Larson now to read that comment.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment electronically. My name is Amy McCassin. I'm in District 6. First, let me shout out a huge thank you to all of you for making a 9-day break from school, including 3 virtual days of possibility and success. I'm submitting 2 slides from Dr. Dunn's COVID briefing to the Salt Lake County Council this morning, which I emailed to you. This first shows that 2 of the zip codes with the highest rates of hospitalization are in Jordan District. The second shows that although Jordan had the lowest case rate in the past 2 weeks, because we also had the lowest percentage of students, faculty tested, and the highest percent positivity, we likely actually had a far higher case rate. I would respectfully urge you to temporarily implement several more mitigation strategies in order to decrease transmission in our schools. Do I think we can flatten the curve? No. Do I think it's in the power of our choices to spare a few more students, a few more teachers from sickness, isolation, lost academic progress, and lost work? Yes. The following is from the CDC. CDC recommends schools maintain at least 3 feet of physical distance between students within classrooms to reduce transmission risk. When it is not possible to maintain physical distance of at least 3 feet, such as when schools cannot fully reopen while maintaining these distances, it is especially important to layer multiple prevention strategies: screening, testing, ventilation, hand washing, respiratory etiquette, staying home when sick and getting tested, contact tracing in combination with quarantine and isolation, and cleaning and disinfection are also important layers of prevention to keep schools safe. This guidance emphasizes implementing layered prevention strategies to protect students, teachers, staff, visitors, and other members of their households and support in-person learning. Localities should monitor community transmission, vaccination coverage, screening, testing, and occurrence of outbreaks to guide decisions on the level of layered prevention strategies." End quote. While vaccines and masks top the list of recommended safety precautions, I understand we as a school district and state cannot at this time require either. I also know you don't take direction from the CDC, but rather from state and local authorities. These do remain best practices. Please, until the Omicron surge is over in Utah, let's do all we can to enable our students, teachers, and staff to stay healthy and at school. Again, tremendous thanks for virtual days that I'm sure helped curb spread in our district. Thank you.
Okay, now we've reached the end of our patron comment period. We will now move on to our special business items. First up, we have a recommendation to approve potential updates to Administrative Policy DA 165, the apprenticeship program. This is something that we did discuss in our study session in December. Mr. Thomas, are you able to give us a brief overview of these changes?
I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity. Basically, the apprenticeship program as it was, and I'll just give you an example. We're all competing right now for the very best employees to serve our students in our schools. And as the apprenticeship program currently exists, employees that were at a certain lane, if they wanted to upgrade or have some career mobility, they were required to drop in pay during that training period. What these changes in essence do is they allow an employee who's at a step in a lane to maintain that and not de-incentivize them for career mobility or to accept a different position that's greatly needed. We have all kinds of positions within the district, hard to fill positions in our auxiliary services, and everything from bus drivers, nutrition services, and facility services to find qualified and high quality individuals to serve. So,
Thank you.
you bet. Thank you.
Let's start with a motion. Can I get a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion to approve the potential updates for the administrative policy DA 165.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to approve the updates to administrative policy DA 165. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this policy? Okay, see none. Any questions or comments from board members? Okay, and again, we did discuss this in our December board meeting, so I will go ahead and call for the vote then. All in favor of approving the updates to Administrative Policy DA 165 Apprenticeship Program, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Next, we have recommendations to approve potential revisions to Administrative Policy DP 309, Salary Guidelines. Is Dr. Lemaster here? Or, okay, you're welcome. Please come forward. Would you like to give us a brief overview of this policy change?
The changes you see to DP 309 simply reflect changes established by the Utah State Board of Education in their educator licensing model.
Okay, thank you. And again, we did discuss these changes in detail in our study session in December. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion that we...
Turn on your microphone.
My bad, sorry. I'll make the motion to recommend that we approve potential revisions to Administrative Policy DP 309 in the salary guidelines.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Robinson, second by Ms. Atwood to approve potential revisions to Administrative Policy DP 309 Salary Guidelines. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to this policy? Okay, seeing none. Anyone from the board that has any comments or questions? All right, I will call for the vote then. All in favor of approving potential revisions to Administrative Policy DP 309 Salary Guidelines, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Next up, we have a recommendation to approve board policies GP 113, Board Committee Principals, and GP 114, Board Affiliated Committees. We have discussed this in multiple study sessions the past couple of months. This is a board policy that had not been updated for several years, and each year our committees tend to evolve based on the needs of the board, and our committees change. And so we went through this policy and simplified it to make it match what we are currently doing. And then rather than listing out committees, they've now been moved to an appendix so that is a document that we can change as needed without needing to change policy. I'll take a motion.
President, I move that we approve the changes made to GP 113 and GP 114 and the addition to the appendix.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Dunford and a second by Ms. Richards to approve the changes to policies GP 113 and GP 114 and the addition of the appendix. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak to these policy changes? All right, seeing none, any board members with any questions or comments? All right, all in favor of approving Board Policy GP 113 and GP 14, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you, that passes unanimously. I think the board is mostly just happy to not have to see any more red lines on that policy.
You mean to skip Jack?
Nope, they're next. Okay. Right. Okay, next up, we have, and are thrilled to have our Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee here with us. This is a committee that is very important to the board. We have 3 board members serving on this committee. Mr. Matt Young is our liaison to the committee. And we have talked a bit in the past about scope and about their mission, and it's been a while since we have heard a report from them. And so we are very happy to have them come today and give us a status of what they are working on and where they're at. We have Danielle Hansen, who is the co-chair, Ami Shah, who is co-chair, Latrell Leverage, vice chair, and Michelle Loveday, the staff liaison. So welcome. Yep.
Good evening. Did I turn it off? There we go.
Perfect.
My name is Latrell Leverage, and I am from Copper Hills High School. Sorry. Ooh. And I've been with the Jordan School District for 21 years. I've been at Copper Hills High School for 11, and I am just so proud to be a part of this advisory committee, being the vice chair. And we also have about 20 members right now. 3 of our members, we have Mr. Darrell Robinson and Jen Atwood, and then we also have Matt Young. And then we also have our superintendent, under his guidance, Dr. Godfrey. And we are just so grateful. We also have several people on the advisory committee who are of different ethnicities and different cultures. We're represented from all over the world, so that's pretty fun to get to learn those things. And if there's any members of the 20 people from our committee, if you're here, please stand. And then we also have some that's probably joining us via YouTube. So, hello, everyone. So this committee, it was created and much needed for our school district. And like I said, under the guidance of Dr. Godfrey and under the guidance of our board, we just knew that this was needed to just bridge the gap between the board, the community, the schools, the district. We don't just represent just the children, we also represent our staff and things like that. Our purpose for this committee is to successfully educate all students who attend our schools by moving the equity work from theory to practice, and to develop district policies with a strong equity lens. And this is by increasing awareness of the systematic barriers that, like unconscious bias, providing an environment and understanding, respect, and inclusion to our staff and students and communities of color. And we also are encouraging and supporting our JSD staff to seek and adapt instructional practices that meet the needs and aspirations to our students of color. So with that purpose, like I said, being a part of the Jordan School District for my 21 years, there's not many people who look like me. And it's a little intimidating and a little unnerving. But I still have pushed through. And I am proud of the work that I do. And I love all my children, especially my Copper Hills children. And for the parents who are here, if your students could see and to walk in our shoes and to understand what we go through, I feel like we would be better and we would do better. And I just leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your service to our district. We're very pleased and lucky to have you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ami Shah. I'm the assistant principal at West Jordan Elementary. I have been part of the GIAC committee since its inception, and I feel so privileged to be part of this committee and to be able to represent them today. So our vision statement, our vision for our committee is that we want to embrace all our communities of color and build cultural awareness. We also want to find solutions to be able to allow our differences to become our collective strength. The mission statement is to empower communities of color to reach their full potential by ensuring equity of all the resources and opportunities we have in our school district. Next slide, please. So the goals, our academic goal is to create and maintain welcoming, inclusive, and equitable school climate for all our students, and especially for our minority students, to make sure that we provide learning materials, they represent them, and also affirm their identities. In the area of professional development, we want to make sure that we train and support our teachers to develop and create culturally responsive teaching and learning in their classrooms. We also want to help to grow and evolve a clear understanding of diversity among all our staff members, to make sure that they are culturally competent and effective change makers to the society. In the area of community, we want to hire more diverse faculty and staff in our schools. We also want to increase the parent engagement, especially minority parent engagement, in our PTAs, social school community councils, and other school activities. For school climate, we want to make sure that all our students, staff, and their families who represent different ethnicities and different culture feel valued, respected in all our schools. And we also want to make sure that all our students' physical and emotional needs are being met, and every school in our district is equipped with all the resources they might need to meet those needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Danielle Hansen, and I feel that this quote really embodies what we as a district are trying to do. We are trying to continually grow and progress so that improving and achieving is something that we are making a clear goal for all of our students. We are fortunate to work in a district and with a superintendent and a board of education who understand and recognize the need for this type of equity work that we are engaging in. As our district continues to grow and become increasingly more diverse, we will have the structures in place to meet the needs of those incoming families. Next slide. A little bit about us. Our committee has members who come from several countries, having taught in multiple states, and we have experiences at every level. We are dedicated to educational equity for every student in the Jordan School District. We bring a unique set of experiences, and we have emotions and dimensions that make us determined to make a positive difference in the lives of all of our students. We believe that equity and inclusion should be the norm and not a special privilege. We work alongside Superintendent Godfrey and 3 board members to get this work done. Next slide. As a committee, we have reviewed and made suggestions to the following district policies. We've been working on our crucial conversations policy. We've been working on our dress code to make sure that all students feel comfortable attending school. We have been working on policies AS90 and AS67 to make sure that they are seen in a more restorative lens for our students. And we have been able to have a district liaison at every safe school hearing so that families and students who have to go to a safe school hearing will feel comfortable knowing exactly what the process is, and they'll feel supported by Jordan School District staff.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Loveday, and I am the consultant for Language and Culture Services, Jordan School District employee. So because of this GIAC committee, it's been an extended arm for our department. It's been very important because, as you can see at this board meeting, for the first time, I am not the only Black woman in the room. And in the past, I have been. And with the committee, having representation for all voices is important, and having someone in the schools to hear what families are going through is important. And that's why the GIAC committee has been served. This is not a newly formed committee, but a newly formed committee. This existed in years past in a different form, in different ways and names, and this is just brought back up because, as you can see on this next slide, as we welcome newcomers, our district is not only changing in our numbers of Utahns of color, but also immigrants and newcomers and refugees. We are a welcoming state in Utah, and we pride ourselves to be service-oriented and giving. But when it comes to meeting the needs fully, social, emotional, academic, and educational, there are issues that we have to prepare ourselves in our schools for. In the past 5 years, we've had 15,000 Venezuelans arrive, and because of that, an alliance has formed so that we can have resources to help them. The protection that allows them to live and work in the United States for the existing 18 months then brings family members. And because of that, we can see large growth of our Venezuelan students and families in Harriman alone across the district. And many of our principals and schools are feeling and seeing the shift in their cultural dynamics, and they want to be able to meet those needs. With that, we have Afghanistan members that are coming to our community. 765 are scheduled to come to Utah, and 615 will be welcomed by the International Rescue Committee. We do not know how many are going to be arriving in Jordan School District, but already we have had 25 in January. So we're going to have more, and we want to make sure that our schools are ready and welcoming. The language barrier is going to be one that will be a large one, and we also have parents that do not feel comfortable coming to meetings such as these to express their concerns, and we will be their voice for them and have interpreters to have that guiding. We partner with International Rescue Committee, Catholic Community Services, and also other agencies, and as you can see, they have had 600 newly arriving refugees scheduled for 2022 and 130 in 2021. There is now a House Bill 230 that will have a policy amendment on how we register and enroll our families when they come here. Because we are a public school, we want to make sure that everyone receives education. We're not a business where everyone comes out the same, and we want to make sure when students come without proper documentation that they have the way to enroll. And so this House bill, as Jordan School District is working with other school districts to see how the policy is to help enroll, we want to be a part of that, and GIAC will help. We have parent orientations for our newcomer families. Once a month, and around the district, we want to have a place where families who are new to our system, not understanding the enrollment process, don't understand how they can access Canvas, because that's where all of our curriculum is uploaded, how they can look through Skyward, and also their rights to have an interpreter. So these parent orientations are given monthly so that families are aware and have assistance on the side when they have questions about the school process. We want them to understand and know that they have a legal right to be involved and to express their viewpoints and to be a part of the daily school structure, and to understand how they can email the school, call the school with the use of the interpreters. We know as a department that a lot of this work can't be done without your support. And so we thank you for the extended arm and support with GIAC, and we are appreciative of all the work that the staff members that are in the schools do. We couldn't do it without them. And we're grateful for parents that do offer solutions such as the FAIR program that we can look into and come with positive ways that we can move forward to ensure equitable access for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young, do you have anything you want to add as liaison from the board?
Yes.
Oh, good, because I was putting you on the spot.
And for those of you that know me, this is a weird position. I have so many thoughts running through my head that I'm almost speechless. I know, it's a rare occurrence for me. And so I hope you'll forgive me if I speak a little from the heart, and if my words are a little clumsy, I apologize. We started this journey as a board, I think a little over a year ago. And I am profoundly grateful for those individuals who have been willing to be part of this journey with this board. For your grace, for your kindness, and for your frankness. I know that the Jordan School District will be better because of the contributions of GIAC. We will be better. I want our community to appreciate the fact that the contributions that GIAC is making and will make in our community are only expansive. They are increasing the pie. Nobody's share of the pie is being taken away or lessened because of GIAC's contributions. We as a community will be better. We can be better. We must be better. Things in this district are changing. Things in this state are changing. We need to be prepared for those changes. And GIAC's contribution to where we will be cannot be understated. It has been a tremendous privilege and honor to be part of the GIAC committee members. I am grateful for every single member who shows up every time, who puts their hearts on their sleeves, who shares with that committee and allows us to grow and be better. But I would be remiss if I didn't take just a minute to honor these four ladies who sit in front of us right now. I've had the unique privilege, along with Dr. Godfrey, to serve on the leadership committee with these four remarkable individuals. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that the hour and a half that I spend each month in that committee, in those leadership meetings, are some of the most valuable hours I spend in a month. Your leadership, your courage, your dedication is something that I sit in awe of. And I am so very grateful for your willingness to be the pioneers. This is a reconstituted, that was a great way of putting it. This is something that's been tried in years past. This is something that is new in its current form, and I am grateful for your pioneering spirit and your pioneering efforts. I endorse wholeheartedly what was said here tonight. I am excited for the work that will continue. We need to continue to be more expansive and to hear all. And I know that this committee is open to those things. And so I look forward to this next year of serving with you all and for the tremendous work that we will be able to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. This has been, for the 4 board members that don't get to come to GIAC, this has been really helpful and important to us to hear an update, and we really appreciate hearing the things that you're working on, and very grateful, as Mr. Young said, for the work that you're doing and for being here. Do we have, board members, do you have any questions about any of the work they're doing, or? No? You did a very thorough job, see?
Can I
The
jump?
report.
Can I jump the gun on my
Dr.
superintendent's
Godfrey?
report a little bit?
Yes.
And jump in on that.
Yes. I would echo what Matt has said. The thing I love about the reconstituted committee, whatever term we use, is that this is a committee that moves things forward in a thoughtful way, in a way that involves a broad base of conversation. And it's really an example to me for how I want to do work more generally in the district. And that's involving a broad range of voices and input. Superintendents can tend toward the bureaucratic and hold meetings sometimes. And my meetings with these 4 and with GIAC more broadly are never meetings that are focused on anything except thoughtful consideration of where we are and where we need to go and what action is next. As a superintendent, I crave candor and conversation because we can't improve without that. And there's no more impactful meeting I have than with these 4 leaders or with GIAC. And I go to a lot of meetings. And in some cases I've made friendships, and in others I've just deepened what was already there. But I'm permanently changed for the better for working with these 4 and with GIAC, and I know we have a lot of great accomplishments going forward that, as you've expressed in a number of eloquent ways, that will benefit every student in this district. It's really a broad focus on what we need to do to be inclusive and provide great opportunities for everyone wherever their starting point is, whatever their experience is. And that's something that I've pledged to do from the start of becoming superintendent, broadening opportunities, deepening connections. My charge to all employees is to be curious, be intentional, be united. And this group embodies that, and it's some of the most rewarding work I do or have done. So my appreciation and love to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much for being here. We truly appreciate all you do for the students of Jordan School District. Okay, Dr. Godfrey, you can continue your superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank every employee and parent and student who pitched in during the 3 virtual days that we had last week. I know that it was not easy, it never is, but I think that it was something that accomplished some things that we needed to do at that time. And so I just want to acknowledge the effort that that requires and the time and the work that it takes. I also wanted to acknowledge the time that has been invested on the part of the Second Step program. I acknowledge the concerns that have been expressed. We've continued to work with that program to provide feedback from parent perspectives and from employee perspectives, I think in some ways that are very productive and can continue to move us forward. Some of the concerns expressed have been addressed with the removal of the link that we've discussed previously, but those conversations are ongoing, and we have a listening ear with Second Step, and so we'll continue that work going forward. I just, I talked about the virtual week, but I said in study session, I'll say it again, we expected last year to be the most difficult year. This one is turning out to be the most difficult year, and I know that it takes an entire community. Parents are at the center of those efforts, and with all of our employees pitching in to create great experiences for students. As difficult as it is and as much work as we have ahead of us, wonderful things are happening, and I'm very appreciative that I get to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have committee reports and comments by board members. Do you have something from facilities?
I do. Want me to go first?
Yes, please.
Facilities Committee, well, a couple things, just an informational item and then a request. Facilities Committee currently is working on plans for the schools that were on the watch list. And if you represent a school on that list and want to meet with or contact the Facilities Committee person, I would encourage you to do that. I remind you that Nikki represents West Jordan, all schools in West Jordan. So if there's a school on the watch list that you want to talk to Nikki about, please let her know. We are formulating plans that we'd like to bring back to the board. We'd love your input. Matt represents Bluffdale, Harriman, and Riverton, and I represent South Jordan. So please reach out to one of us if you'd like to share a thought you have on one of the schools to watch. The second is a request. Facilities Committee, for the protection of the board, would like to make a request. Wisdom has taught us that when you send, so for example, if I'm a business and I'm closing up and I'm sending my employee to the bank to make a deposit, it's just wise to send 2 people. That's protective. It helps them. It protects the business. In an effort to protect this board and this district, we would like to request that this board give direction that any property exchange, anytime a contract is signed, that in any way is different or a change, a movement of property or a change to an agreement, that in an effort to protect the board, that be sent to Facilities Committee. Just as an extra safeguard to put 3 eyes on it before it comes to the board. It allows us to just give board members on that committee a chance to say, ooh, wait a minute. I just thought about something and I'd like to have this information. So that is our request, is that this board direct staff that any type of arrangement regarding a property that is a significant change or something gets moved or something like that be sent to facilities and then come to the board afterwards. That would be our request. And I'm happy to make a motion to do so, or if you want to take questions and comments about that, President, how do you want me to proceed? If you want to think about it, we make a motion next time, that's totally fine, but how do you want me to proceed, President? Because I would like to ask for the board's support in making that direction.
I think that's appropriate if you want to make a motion.
President Miller, I would move that this board direct staff that any time a property agreement is a change or an alteration or an addendum or, property gets moved, that for the sake of this board, that information be sent to Facilities Committee and give them a chance to look at it and ask questions prior to coming to the board.
I'd second that.
It was a long motion, I apologize, but I wanted it to be clear.
Can we ask questions on that?
Please.
Yeah, so we have a motion and a second, so we'll take
I
discussion.
hate to make policy based on one event, but besides the Olympia Hills relocation of our property to a different part, has a property ever not gone to the Facilities Committee? Because I served on that committee, we talked about property a lot. So minus Olympia Hills, what we recently just reallocated our property into a different part of Olympia Hills. Has that not been a case where it hasn't gone to the Facilities Committee?
Since I've served on the Facilities Committee, I don't believe so.
And I don't remember it when I was on it either, so I have a hard time approving a motion off one event. I understand the frustration with that too, because I had the same frustration, because I was, I kind of over that area, and so, but I think our facilities department does a really, really good job on that. That might have been an oversight on that, but that's the only reason why I wouldn't support it. I don't know that we have to formally ask them to do that, because they normally do that.
And I think the question that comes on that is how do they know that it was a change? Because I think you could have viewed this as not a change at all, because it was already part of the agreement. So how do they know?
The motion is that any time our property is moved, that's very clear that our property was moved.
Or that there's an addendum or a change.
There's only one
Let's
property
be
that
clear
can
about
be
it.
moved though, right? Like, everything is owned exact except for that unique purchase.
No, I think we have a couple placeholders.
Oh, where else?
West Jordan has a placeholder.
I'll have to find out about that, because I didn't know that.
Let's just be specific with the motion then. Property moved.
Addendum or change to an agreement.
Or property acquisition, obviously.
Yeah.
Or trade, property trade. And frankly, I think by virtue of this one slipping through that net is the very example why we need to clarify the board's expectations. Because of the fact that by the letter of the policies, everybody did their part. And we missed some opportunities. And so this is a great example to say how can we make sure we don't miss those again? And the clearer the direction can be to staff, the clearer they know what that process needs to be and when that should come. And so I think this is the exact moment to implement something like this, to ensure that there is an appropriate time and space between when these issues are brought up, that all of the ramifications can be explored.
Can I ask one more question? So what missed opportunities on the Olympia Hills exchangement did we miss? Had data gone to facilities, what would we have done, besides knowing? I mean, that's clear, like, it was kind of sprung out at the last minute to us, but what missed opportunities are there that didn't have? I'm just struggling a little bit.
I would be happy to answer that question. I think it falls under character and competency, and would prefer that we discuss that in closed session.
Okay.
But I would be happy to address that.
Okay, so we have a motion to direct staff that anytime there is an agreement to move property or an addendum to an agreement, a change to an agreement, or property
Acquisition or trade.
trade or acquisition, to take that to the facilities committee first before going to the board. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, raise your hand if you're opposed. 1, 2. Okay, so that's 5 to 2 in favor.
I voted yes.
Okay. Okay, anything else from facilities committee?
One more, and that is, and I'm completely went blank after that vote.
I'm going to come back to you.
Please, let me think about it. Why can't I?
I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah, I can't.
We do have a closed session item in addition to that one, but there was one public. Come back to me.
Okay. Anything from finance committee?
Just that we'll be meeting next week in preparation for our study session on the 8th. We'll have a presentation then.
You'll have what?
A presentation for the whole board.
With regards to what?
What? We're going to have projection ready for the next year, and also tax increment funding presentation by Mr. Larson.
Thank you.
So projection as far as revenue projections?
Do we have the numbers yet? I know that we're meeting on the 3rd.
We're working on the numbers, and the tax comparisons was the other item.
That's right.
So you said tax increment, you
I
meant
meant the
tax comparisons?
comparisons, yes. Mm-hmm.
Meaning what the other districts are compared to us?
Just
or
looking
what?
at dividing up each of the tax rates that we have and digging deeper into each of those individually, not just collectively. Usually at the budget time, we do a collective review. This is a little more of a deep dive into each individually.
This is
We'll
the
look forward to
information-
that.
Yeah, it's information that the board has asked for to start having regular discussions on, so that it will be good. Anyone else? Have any committee reports or board comments?
I remembered.
Okay.
I remembered our last one, and that is that we will not receive all of the summer project bids for our February meeting. So rather than bringing you part of them in February and part of them in March, because we've seen how that discussion goes, We don't feel like we can approve them in February until we've seen the March numbers. So Facilities Committee will be presenting summer project bids in March, where we have them all come back. So please, if you're wondering why you don't see them in February, that's why. It's because we won't have them all back until March. That was our last item.
Yeah, good, helpful information. Okay, I've got a
And
couple
then,
of
hold on,
things.
I just,
Oh.
LEAC is meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock, and I'm really looking forward to it, and we should have some good information to bring back to the board, so. And I would welcome anybody's feedback on what GAC presented today. If you'd like to reach out to me with any questions after the fact, if you've thought through that, I think we can get a hold of the presentation and get that to everybody as well.
I was going to ask for that, thank you.
And open to any conversations, questions that anybody might have.
Thank you. I have your tickets for Bingham High School's auditorium celebration. The auditorium is finally finished.
Reopening.
They're reopening. Going to have a nice show in there. So there's 2 tickets for each of you. If you want to take 2 and pass them down. Would love to have you come join us and see finally the completed product there. And then also the Jordan Education Foundation Donor Appreciation Lunch is this Thursday, just as a reminder. Hopefully you've all received your invitation and been able to RSVP for that event. I just want to thank everybody who was involved in the legislative breakfast. It really was a great experience at Harriman High School. Great participation from our legislators, from the students. I want to thank the administration of Harriman and their concert choir, and to thank Mr. Young and Mr. Anderson for putting all the details together on that. The legislative session is in full swing. Lots happening. We already heard reports on a couple of those COVID bills. I just wanted to mention one quick bill to you tonight that might be of interest that Senator Andrick has, that would allow a board that has more than 50,000 students but less than 100,000 to increase from 7 to 9 members. And then at 100,000, once you get that large, you're automatically increased to 9 members. So just an interesting bill out there. It would be at our discretion if that's something that we wanted to do. Just wanted to make you aware. It passed the Senate Education Committee today, so it's just kind of working its way through the process. But
Has Alpine hit 100,000?
no, they're about 86,000.
86?
So it's primarily aimed at their district as they're getting close to 100 and
Yeah.
a possible split that they might increase to 9 board members. So,
Expand representation as opposed to,
yeah.
Do we know if other states do this? I've never heard other states increasing that high, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
I thought Clark County is a 9.
Yeah, I mean, there's school districts well over 100,000 across this country, so. Anyway, happy to talk bills with anybody anytime you have any questions or want to call me. And then also we have our city council visits coming up. Tammy Pfeiffer has sent out emails about that, and I would just encourage all board members, if you're able to participate in those, to attend those. I think it's important for our city council members to see us as elected officials to elected officials. And that's all I've got. Anyone else have anything else to add? All right, that comes to the end of our general session. Appreciate everybody who has joined us tonight and those that are listening online. I will now take a motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, and negotiations. Everyone wants to go home.
Want me to do it? I'll make a motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiation, and not security, right?
Right.
No, security. Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Robinson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. We will take a 10-minute break and then start in closed session. Thank you.